What's going on, guys? Good evening. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. And live we are indeed for Manchester United versus Brentford in the Premier League. Monday night. I nearly choked. I was getting so excited. Don't. Come on, Owen. Don't do an Arsenal and choke. Oh, yes, Manchester United are back in Premier League action. We're on the Monday Night Football again. Yes, because you need to have those viewing figures. You need to make some money and you need to, enjoy it while it lasts. Because, of course, this is Manchester United hopefully going to be back in the Champions League next season. So, yeah, you got to make the most of these Monday night fixtures because next season, we're going back into, midweek settings and then play on a Saturday and Sunday and no more of this Monday night foolishness. But tonight we've got a job to do, of course. We've got to beat Brentford. Brentford, they're pushing for a little bit of a late European push for themselves, looking to maybe get a light Europa Conference, maybe. So they're going to be a tricky ask this evening. Of course, they draw a lot of games. They play on the transition. And Manchester United, of course, if we get a win tonight, we're into that sort of weird stage with the Champions League qualification thing, aren't we? Where we're basically... Everyone's always, we're already like, well, we're basically already in Champions League next season. We don't want to say it too loudly, do we? But we're basically already there. Then if we win tonight, same kind of situation where it's like, well, we're basically there. We're near enough there. It's about getting in there. And look, of course, as we spoke about this morning, it's about finishing the season in style, isn't it? Of course, there's been so much chatter about performances versus results, how much importance one side, of course, has. And on top of that, of course, there's so much chatter about Michael Carrick and what he has to do to get the Manchester United job permanently. Does he just finish in the Champions League? Does he have to finish in the Champions League, but also finish the season in style and not limp over the line? And if that is the case, got to make sure that we're winning tonight. And I say winning in style. I don't know if we're going to be doing that, but putting together a performance where we go, I tell you what, we were very good today. Or yes, it wasn't perfect, but there were certainly some good patches, and we beat Brentford, who had a good season. But this is Old Trafford, this is the Premier League, this is the business end of the season, this is squeaky bum time, and we've got an opportunity, I suppose, towards the end of this season. We know that Man City and Arsenal, they're going, for the Premier League title, and they're the best two teams in the league. We've got an opportunity to be the best of the rest, the best of an inconsistent bunch. And since certainly January, we have been fairly consistent, haven't we, in terms of putting results together. So we deserve where we are. But the season hasn't ended just yet. We've still got games to go and we still need to get the job done. So that's hopefully what we're going to be doing today. So be sure to smash a like on the like button. Be sure to subscribe. Team news will be coming out in just over 40 minutes time. We'll be coming out at 6:45. So, of course, we'll be finding out who indeed is starting for Manchester United at Old Trafford. But already we do have some big news. Again, we spoke about this morning. We spoke about the possibility of Matheus Cunha being out this evening. There were rumblings coming out sort of last night, and granted, they were from sort of the Twitter ITKs, and sometimes you never know, and there's a bit of a reluctance to, trust the source or what have you. But there were reports suggesting that, he had some scans, and he was doing everything he could to be available this evening. But it looks like he hasn't won that race because Sully posted just about, about an hour and a half ago, saying that Matheus Cunha, unfortunately, has some groin discomfort and is likely to not be in the Manchester United squad tonight. The club will work with him to try and get him to be fit for the Liverpool game. Cunha is absolutely gutted as he tried hard to recover for this game. Which is really, really unfortunate for Matheus Cunha, isn't it? Of course, once more, we were talking about this in the morning show, and really, actually, we kind of touched on it last Friday, I think it was, or whatever it was, when someone, it might have been Terence, put in the super chat to say, pistol to your head, what's the how would you rank last summer's signings? And we kind of spoke, didn't we, that maybe not so much for Lomans because he's been very consistent throughout the season, and a lot of people would rank him top if they were to rank the summer signings. But actually, with the rest of them, the attacking options, the Cunhas and the Mbumos and the Šeškos, they've all gone through their ups and downs this season so far, haven't they? Of course, you get someone like Bryan Mbeumo, probably out of the three, sort of starts the season sort of maybe the quickest and getting goals on the board. But Now, recently, he's dropped off a little bit and he's had to drop to the bench. And, going through the games going, oh, he's not really having a good one today. Certainly post-AFCON, felt like he's not really been so much the same. You look at Mateus Cunha earlier on this season, there's discussions about, oh, maybe we need to have a bit of a Cunha conversation. Premier League proven, and he's in his mid-20s, put him for a lot of money. He's expected to deliver. And then at the moment, he's probably outside of Bruno Fernandes, the most informed sort of attacking player that we've got, goal against Chelsea. And then you've got Benjamin Šeško, who has a really difficult start, missed a lot of pre-season, and of course had an injury. And there was a lot of questions at the time. Then he goes for a really, really red-hot patch where he can't stop scoring. And that's mainly sort of off the bench. And then there's a lot of calls to get him into the team. But as we've spoken about several times, starting the game for Manchester United as a striker is a bit of a thankless task because we start so slow that by the time we start getting into the game, it's like 45 minutes, 60 minutes, and maybe there's discussion about bringing another striker on. So they've all had their ups and downs. But for Cunha, this is really, really unfortunate because he is in form and he has scored the winner in the last game. As far as what that will mean for the team selection, obviously goalkeepers, Loman's back four. I'm thinking, and again, this isn't spoilers or scoops or anything like that. This is just predictions. But I'm thinking probably Dalot at right back, could be Mazraoui. He did really well at centre back in the last game. But probably Dalot. Centre backs, you're looking at, I would hope Aiden Heavens still at left centre back, and Harry Maguire comes back in to the right centre back position after his suspension. Luke Shaw to start at left back because he's only a few games away from setting a record. We'll talk about that in a second. Midfield, Cobby and Cass. And then with the attackers, with Cunha most likely to be out, you're probably looking at Šeško up front. And it's just a question of who goes out on the left, really. I mean, maybe Mbumo on the right, Ahmad on the left. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about possibly throwing this person in already, because it's not to say we don't have a left wing option available today. We do, because Patrick Dorgu has posted this on Instagram today. And the point being is usually these players posted these things on their stories when they're likely to be involved, not necessarily a starter, but in the match day squad. So this has led to a lot of speculation that, Dorgu's going to be available. So if just at the right time, Cunha, he might be missing this one, throw him back, throw him in. You go, whoa. Patrick Dorgu has not played a match for about 3 months. It'll be great if he can get onto the pitch today, but I think maximum Patrick Dorgu, you're probably looking at maybe a sort of a 15-minute cameo towards the end of the game. If necessary, it might not even be required. Maybe by that point, hopefully, touch with this, this happens. By that point, game's a little bit out of reach, or maybe it's a tight 2-1 at that point. And it's maybe not. I don't know. But Dorgu, I think he'll be on the bench. As far as who then replaces Cunha on the left, like I said, I think you've not got a ton of options there. So I think you probably end up putting Ahmad there. And just, like I said, they'll be interchanging anyway. They'll be rotational. We see that a lot. Points in the game, and Mbumo will drift over. Points, Bruno, we know he drifts all over the place as well. So, yes, it's frustrating. But it's also the same point that we've been saying about some of these attacking players recently, haven't we? Been saying that Ahmad, definitely, but Mbumo and Šeško recently as well. Got to up it. Got to up it. We need to see something for you, and particularly, certainly Ahmad, who's had a really, like I said this morning, let's not be too shy about saying it. He's had a poor season. Particularly in comparison to last season, which maybe was expected, particularly with better players coming in and what have you, and a bit of a system change. But going to need to up the levels. And Mbumo, he set a high standard for himself, and there's a reason we paid a lot of money for him, and Premier League proven, right? So once more, need to step back up. Šeško, he's going to be going. He's going to be a bit inconsistent. He's a young player, and it's in a thankless position. But also, again, you came in for big money. Šeško's a weird one because it's not like he's not experienced, because he's been around for a long time, but he also is still young. So yeah, need to deliver. And I'm not going to lie, folks. This might be a bit doom and gloom. And once the game kicks off, You know me, I will keep believing, even if we do go 1-0 down or what have you. But the more I have thought about this game today, it actually does concern me quite a bit, because it's a game which plays really into Brentford's strengths and really into our weaknesses. We have seen under Michael Carrick, we are at our worst when we have more of the ball and we have to create something out of kind of nothing. We have to kind of pick that lock. It's not impossible, but certainly under Carrick, well, we've seen it this season so far. We start under Carrick, we start slow, and if we got more of the ball, sometimes can run out of ideas. Also, we can look quite vulnerable on the counter-attack, because we get to 2/3 of the way up the pitch, we're not really sure what to do, and then someone gives the ball away, and next thing you know, they're in. Brentford are almost statistically, in some metrics, one of, if not the best counter-attacking team in the Prem. That's where they've got a lot of their goals this season is on transition. They're very good at it. So I just think away from home, they're going to probably come into this game going, look, Man Utd are in third. They're in half decent form. They had a good run. They're now in mixed form, and they'll feel confident they can get us on the counter-attack. It now, therefore, for us, it's a case of, right, make sure you take care of the ball. Make sure those nonchalant passes or anything like that, no, they go to feet. Yeah. And if you do lose the ball in the transition, look, it happens sometimes in a match, then be smart. You know, be smart about it. So this is certainly not going to be, we're playing Brentford, they're mid-table, playing towards the end of the season, they're on the beach. Absolutely not. Like I said earlier on, they're a couple of points off. They're going for a push for a European position, and they're good on the counter. So we're going to have to put the work. We're going to have to put a shift in and a performance as well, of course, right? It's one thing to have a game plan, away from home, going to Stamford Bridge, even a poor Chelsea side, but you can say, okay, away from home, defensive issues, you could play counter-attack, bit of smash and grab, shithouse it, go away 3 points, cool. But when you are at home, there is this expectation, isn't there? You can't really do the smash and grab at home too much against Brentford, who are 7th. You've got to show a bit. So, yes, that is the hope and the expectation. What did I go with? I think I went with 1-0 and maybe flex with a 2-1. It wouldn't shock me. I actually wouldn't even be shocked if this ended up a draw, But I'm going to go with a slim United win. But I think this one, I'm not sure how pretty this would be. I hope I'm completely wrong on that. But there is something that makes me just a bit nervous, a little bit nervous. Kristen says 2-1. The wrap up says 2-1. Red Baron says 2-2. 3-0. We've got 2-0. As Mel says, we need to show up. We are at home. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Jason with the super chat says, Owen, I would like to see Zirkzee get a start tonight, and Boomer and Sheshko haven't been that good lately. Yeah, I think that's parked in the lane of maybe like to see but won't see. You know what I mean? I think Zirkzee, he's on his way out, isn't he? Let's face it. I'm with you. I don't mind Joshua Zirkzee. He's had a very weird journey at Manchester United, hasn't he? But I do push back on this idea. I remember KG saying it once on the Trinity of like this idea, Joshua Zirkzee can't play in the Premier League, or he couldn't work in a Man United team, or he can't work in a Premier League team. I think far from it. I think he's a really talented player. I think he has been, like a lot of Man United players, a real big, of the last couple of years anyway, a big victim of poor recruitment, again, I still wonder what Man United thought they were getting there. They're recruiting for a striker and they didn't buy one. But I think his link-up play and his touch and what have you, I think is really promising. And I think if he's in the right team, in the right system, you can get a lot out of Joshua Zirkzee. I really do think that. But it's just not worked out. It's not worked out, and he's at the wrong time, horrifically misprofiled, horrifically, poor recruitment, but not from a talent perspective, if that makes sense. I think that is a really odd signing, because is it a flop signing? Probably, but also, is he a bad player? No. It's one of those, again, just complete misprofile, mismanagement, and poor recruiting with that one. So he'll go back to your point. he'll go in the summer. So I think he's kind of on just the periphery until we get to the end of the season. A bit like Ugarte. If it came really down to it and we needed the number, we just needed the number. We needed the person on the pitch. Then maybe he would start. But I don't think that is. I don't think that's the case. So yes, you would think maybe with an attacking player out, maybe Zirkzee could get a sniff, but it's not happening. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes, though. I mean, one would think he'd probably end up going back. I wouldn't be shocked if he goes back to Italy or something like that. Because he must. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the Netherlands squad, but is he even making the Netherlands squad anymore? Joshua Zirkzee, Netherlands football. What was the last game that they had? Is he making the squad? Because if not, he must be like, fuck, I've just wasted. No, doesn't look like he is. So, I bet he probably is in a World Cup year thinking, fuck, I came to United, thought I was going to be involved a couple of years ago, and so he'll go. He'll go in the summer, no doubt about that. I mean, they're not really the same players at all, completely different profiles. Maybe because obviously Xavi Simons isn't going to go to the World Cup now because obviously he did his ACL and what have you. Maybe there's an extra spot for an attacking player, perhaps. But you never like to see that, do you? A player only getting in because someone had a really horrific injury like that. So yes, he'll go in the summer. Same with Ugarte and others, which is of course why we need signings. No doubt about it. That's why we need signings. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's get over 100 likes quickly. Be sure to subscribe as well. Reminder: team news will be coming out in about 25 minutes time. I am going to be joined by Fleck on the match view this evening, so he'll be joining me probably just after the team news comes out, probably about 7 o'clock or something like that as well. What else are people saying here in the chat? Let's read some of the comments. As Rid said, so we'll probably move for game time. I think so. Skiliano says Zirkzee was third choice striker for the Netherlands when United signed him behind Depay and Weghorst, 2 United rejects. Well, I don't know if that's implying that maybe he's not a good player. Like I said, I do think there is something there. I think this is just totally the wrong move for him. Totally the wrong time and totally misprofiled. So, like I said, I think he'll go, but it'll be the same thing for him wherever he goes. He needs to play, and also because of the style of player he is a bit of a luxury player, as it were. He has to be in the right system, and maybe that's part of the problem at United. Can't really have too many of those luxury players, perhaps. But what is funny is I always go back to that video. I think Flex did it with Kevin Hatchard before, or just as we were signing Joshua Zirkzee back in 2024. And Kevin Hatchard, again, called it perfectly, absolutely spot on, where he was sort of like, he's big, he's tall, it's not great in the air, not super quick, but good touch, good passing. Won't get you a load of goals, but, it's good. He's good. And that's exactly what Joshua Zirkzee is. One of the more infuriating things is because of how big he is that maybe you think, he should be better in the air or he should be a bit quicker, but like I said, I do think there's a player there just hasn't worked out. So, yes, if you are just joining us very quickly, the latest squad news, we don't have team news, of course, just yet. That's 25 minutes time. But the latest squad news is that Matheus Cunha is seemingly not going to be in the Manchester United squad this evening. Seemingly he's got some groin discomfort. He did go for scans last week or late in the week. There were reports of that. So he was a bit of a doubt for this one. And now seemingly that looks to be the case. Manchester United have just posted this, confirming that indeed Patrick Dorgu is in the Manchester United squad tonight. Well, they've said that Patrick Dorgu has arrived at Old Trafford for tonight's game. One would think, given the fact that now Manchester United are promoting it, given the fact that Dorgu is promoting match day, this suggests he is going to be in the Manchester United squad this evening, doesn't it? Not for a start. I would be stunned. You never know because of the Cunha thing. Maybe it's been a whole game plan of he's actually been ready for a couple of weeks, but he's been held back. I don't know about that. And frankly, with some of our recent injury records, with the minor injuries that don't turn out to be that minor, and we're still only playing one game a week, if that, at the moment. Sometimes it's 2 or 3 weeks and we between games, we are still picking up quite a few injuries, aren't we? I don't know if that's just players are picking up injuries at the moment. Seems to be going around the Premier League at the moment. Once you start getting towards the spring and summer months, suddenly players start doing injuries or what have you. We saw it quite a bit last year over the summer, didn't we, with the Club World Cup? So I don't know if it's just that. But when you talk about trauma, once again, in the Manchester United fans, we have a bit of a strained relationship with the medical staff at Manchester United, don't we? For very justified reasons. So yes, Dorg, if if I don't think he's going to start, he'll be on the bench. If he is starting, I'll be like, please, medical staff, please, no funny business, not anything again. He's been out for 3 months with a hamstring injury for 3 months. You have to be so careful with that. I mean, you don't want him to go down that kind of Reece James route where it's then just a thing for the rest of his career. I mean, Reece James at this point, it's just about sort of management with all of that, isn't it? With sometimes with hamstring injuries, once you've done it once, sometimes it can get more prone, doesn't it? I don't know, or you can get more prone to picking up hamstring injuries in general. I mean, by the type of player he is, you can understand how that would happen. I mean, he flies up the wing, doesn't he? Absolutely flies up the ring. He's absolutely rapid, and he's a real athletic player. A real that's what we always say, weren't we, earlier on in his United career, with the discussion about what is Dorgu and where does he fit, and left wing back, right wing back, played forward a little bit. I think it was against Newcastle. He looks okay there. But it was always a case of if he can just improve the technical side of things. And we were really mainly talking about like crossing before, weren't we? If he can just improve the technical side of things, crossing, your first touch, a bit more composure on the ball, a bit more quality on the ball, we can be a top player. And hopefully that was just a glimpse. Those couple of games against City and Arsenal, I worry for him, Jeff, in the sense of, one, the injury, but two, I worry for him, Jeff, of he couldn't have put a bigger expectation on himself for when he comes back. Even if he came on for 10 minutes, 15 minutes tonight, if he doesn't score a goal or a worldie, people are like, Dorgu, he's a different player. That hamstring injury, it's killed him off. Because before he got hurt, he just had like the 2 best games of his United career and scored some brilliant goals in the process and beat the 2 best teams in the league. It doesn't really get much better than that for United this season. So, there might be an expectation on him. Or, you never know, maybe the hype is completely justified. Maybe he comes back in and we do start to see, we go, bloody hell, we really did miss a left winger for these last 3 months. Look at the difference. For all of the chatter about we haven't been good since Arsenal and City, maybe it's why. I mean, it's probably not. There's a lot more nuance and detail and several answers to that question. But hey, you never know. Maybe he does go on 15 minutes, and then for 15 minutes we look like that Man United team again. And we go, fucking hell, it really was just, it's the Patrick Dorgu show. He has just turned into something else. The hype is justified. I'd love for that to be the case, by the way. Could you imagine? If he comes back in and he's just exactly the same, and you go, he's just world class now. He's just, sometimes that happens with players, maybe like a Gareth Bale, where you just go, one day you go, they're good now. That's mad. That's mad. They're just kind of world class. So who knows? Maybe that's the case. But like I said, I think he'll be on the bench for us this evening. Another player on the way back and going to be involved tonight, seemingly, Lenny Oro is seemingly going to be back. Of course, he missed out against Chelsea with that injury. That was, what did Samuel Luckhurst say? He was going to be out for the season. There was some concern he was going to be out for the season. He's back in the matchday squad in a week. Jeez. I mean, you know what I mean? It's not really... I mean, that is a swing and a miss, isn't it? You know what I mean? That is a swing and a miss. Lenny Oro, well, he's going to miss the Chelsea game. There is concern, going to be out for the rest of the season. What's that? He's back, like 8 or 9 days later. Oh, awesome. Especially at this point of the season, where if you are just out for a couple of weeks, you do miss the rest of the season. But even in it, it's a layup. Most injuries are. But yeah, not a good one for Samuel Luckhurst. As far as whether he's going to start tonight, probably not. Probably not, one would think, right? Because Maguire is back, and also, of course, Aiden Heaven. So I would think he's probably going to be on the bench. Sully. So look at this. You know me. I love it. I love a good graphic. Yeah, I love a good graphic. And sometimes a picture does more than words ever could. I feel like I'm on catchphrase. Say what you see. Say what you see. Say what you see. Maguire in heaven. Maguire in heaven. Ding, dun. I need like the catchphrase noise. That's what I need. Maguire in heaven. Yeah, say what you see. Say what you see. So it would appear that Harry Maguire and Aiden Heaven are going to be the centre-back partnership this evening, as they should. As they should. That is the right partnership. Harry Maguire has been, when he's played this season for United, very solid, very reassured. Like I say, I'm not opposed to the Maguire contract extension, but I also do just have a couple of concerns in that it worries me in sort of 2026 that you take Harry Maguire out the team and we kind of defensively we're like, oh my God, can we handle that? And you go, that's not good. We're going to need a bit more there. But suggestions this morning was that maybe they're not going to go for any centre-backs in the summer, which I both get and also don't get. We've got 5 centre-backs, but at the same time, we don't have 5 centre-backs because a lot of them are injured most of the time. 2 of the players that have missed the most games or days out for us this season, I think, is De Ligt and Martinez, right? So, yes, it's but for now, look, that's a summer issue. For now, what is the sort of best centre-back pairing we could put together given the circumstances? And it is Maguire and Heaven, which again says a lot about where we're at. But Maguire, again, I think it. Do you know what? It is a testament to him, though, in the sense that I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was against Manchester City, Old Trafford, when we won 2-1 in sort of January time, and Harry Maguire got brought on as a substitute right at the end of that game. And even like Luke Shaw was playing centre-back that day, and Harry Maguire was getting brought on as a substitute, right? Harry Maguire gets brought on as a substitute just for a couple of minutes, and you felt the stadium actively groan and be like, oh, God, Maguire's coming on. And it's only like 2 minutes. What's he going to do in 2 minutes? He's going to throw away the game. Fast forward to now, later on in his career, and it's a bit like, well, thank God he's back. Thank God he's back in. Is a reassuring presence. Now, does that say a lot about him, or does that say a lot about United? Probably a bit of both. Probably a bit of both. I think it says a lot about him in terms of his ability to overcome and persevere and get past a lot of the negativity and block it out. It also says a lot about United once again, where we're at, where it's like, well, thank God Harry Maguire's back in 2026. That's maybe, that's maybe a bit of an indication that we need to strengthen in that area. But for tonight, again, a welcoming presence, and also when it comes to Aiden Heaven, like I said, entirely deserved. He has looked much more composed, much more reassured. Obviously, left-footed, so he's got balance there as well. And actually, for all of the chatter about Yoro and Heaven, and I know there's a kind of very different expectations on both, isn't there? Because of obviously the ways that they both came into Manchester United and the price tags and what have you involved. But he has looked much more, I think, confident than maybe Lenny at certain points. Not to say that he wasn't a bit shaky when he first came in. We spoke about this before, didn't we? It was December into Jan. He had a run into the team. And he was good, and he was good, and there definitely, once again, is something there. So, Maguire in Heaven tonight. That'll be important. You know what I mean? That would be important. Obviously, we know the danger from set pieces. I was thinking about this the other day. Right? Think how many sort of late clutch goals Harry Maguire has got, and actually, he's got quite a few. He's got more than maybe we think about. Whether it's Liverpool earlier this season with the header, whether it's Leon last year, so that there's a reason why the past few managers, the last ditch plan is get the ball up front, get Maguire in the box, right? So yeah, that'll be that'll be from, obviously we know from set pieces, that'll be a threat too. So Maguire and Heaven seemingly is going to be the centre-back pairing. As far as other names, like I said, we don't know any other stuff that just yet. Let me just refresh just to double check. Just seeing some images of the players arriving. Tyrone Marshall of the Manchester Evening News is saying Matheus Cunha didn't train with the group on Thursday, which was initially put down to a recovery day. He still has a chance of being fit for Liverpool. I really hope so. I mean, one would hope if it was like kind of 50-50 for him being available for this match, surely he'll be all right for Liverpool. Surely. Hopefully, fingers crossed, because that would just be so typical for us. We just get Patrick Dorgu back as another left wing option, and then suddenly Matheus Cunha's out. That would be it'll be such a nightmare, wouldn't it? It's also being suggested by The Sun that Harry Maguire and Ahmad are set for returns to the starting 11. Of course, like I said, we know that Sully has said that Maguire and Heaven look set to start. Ahmad, like I said, would maybe make sense on the left if Cunha is not to play, perhaps. So we'll see. We are nearly at 600 people watching. We're over 100 likes, but if you haven't already, click the like button, see if we can get it to 200, 300. We are going to be joined by Flex shortly once the team news comes out. But before then, he gave some pre-match thoughts. Here's what he had to say.
Against Brentford. The chance to take another step towards Champions League qualification. And I have changed, bro. I have changed. I have learnt from my past mistakes. I am humble. I am self-aware. I am calm. Okay, I'm not greedy. Because that's what I did. Those were some of the characteristics you could have labelled at me ahead of that Leeds game. Who did I think I was? Do you know what I mean? Leeds fighting to stay in a division. I didn't respect that. You know, they hadn't scored in 4 Premier League games. 1 on penalties against West Ham just before that after being 2-0 up. And I disrespected them. I did. Do you know what I mean? I just thought easy free. And how wrong was I? Massive slap in the face. And then I went back to being my normal self against Chelsea. And this is no different. Against this Brentford side, listen, I don't care that they've got a bag of draws in their last 5 or 6 games. I don't care. They're still in with a shout of getting Europe. Do you know what I'm saying? Keith Andrews has done a fantastic job. They're still in with a shout of getting Europe. They're a tough nut to crack. When you look at them player-wise, Atara out on the right wing, quick, direct. Kevin Schade out on the left wing, quick, direct. Let's respect Igor Thiago, second highest goal scorer of the Premier League. So on that note, give him easy chances. He will take it. Give him sniffs at goal. He will take it. Mikael Damsgaard. Do you know what I'm saying? Jensen in midfield. Yarmouk. I don't know about if Henderson's playing. Lewis Potter and Coyote at fullback. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's guys in there. So, from that point of view, I am humble. I am 100% humble. So, this is not going to be an easy game. However, to our players now, hopefully it's not true that Cunha may be out of this game. Hopefully not. At the time of recording, I still don't have any confirmation of that. But there are a few murmurs. We did say on the preview that, you know, Aiden Heaven deserves to start. Thank God Harry Maguire is back. You know, Brentford, physical team as well. Got a bit of height in there as well. We do need to be conscious of that. And I think, to be fair, I think Aiden Heaven completely deserves to carry on, to be honest. I mean, Yoro might be back in the squad as well. Decision's going to be made on him and Patrick Dorgu, which would be great to see him back on the bench. Would be unbelievable. But let's be honest. We can't take any stupid risks. We're near the end of the season. You know, the World Cup's around the corner for certain players. Don't take any needless risks. I really am big on that. But, you know, the confidence after beating Chelsea, keeping a clean sheet away at the Bridge, wasn't the best performance. You know what I mean? We could have conceded very easily. Chelsea hit the woodwork a bag of times. But it was a very, very big win. And now it's time for these players to put it right against Brentford. You know what I'm saying? Put it right from the last home game where we got battered off Leeds, because by half-time that should have been about 3 or 4-0. Couldn't believe my eyes. Starstruck. Gobsmacked. Do you know what I'm saying? I was just like, mouth open, like, who did that? Who punched me? Who punched me? That's what it was, bro. They moved to us differently. And we can't see that. And then the red card, again, we actually played better with 10 men and nearly got a draw out of it in the end. But it was just such a bad performance. and we don't start quickly. Do you know what I'm saying? Again, at Chelsea, we didn't start particularly great as well. Enzo Fernandez nearly scored, should have scored. Esteval wrapped it far post. We don't start games well. So if I'm going to be hypercritical and on this honesty and on this humble tip, it's understanding that we don't play well from the start, and that does need to change. I don't know if they can click into gear in the last few games, but it'd be nice to see them start taking it seriously. Finish as high as we can in the table. You know, as it stands, we're all on the same points. Us, Villa, and Liverpool. Do you know what I mean? So it's very, very tight. So we need to win this game to get 3 points ahead of those two. And then obviously we play Liverpool, and if we can beat them, 6 point gap, and then that'll be exactly what we need. But let's be real. Individually, would I start Sesko again? Would I start Mbeumo? I think, do you know what? I'll say I'll just probably about start Sesko again, only because I think Ahmad should probably be on the bench. Maybe Mbeumo though, because he hasn't been great at all. It's a toss-up between them. It really is. Ahmad, he's not had a good season, man. Do you know what I'm saying? This was a season where I really expected him to kick on, expected him to start having big saves in games. And it hasn't really happened, has it? It hasn't really happened for him. Mbeumo, in the last couple of months, probably, since Carrick's got there, scored a good goal against Man City. Scored a good goal against Arsenal, actually, to be fair. But maybe in the last month or so, he hasn't been the same. He just looks a bit clunky. There's not any output coming from him. He's always going to try. He's always working with intensity, but the quality just hasn't been there. Bruno Fernandes on a positive, though. 3 more assists, bro. 3 more assists to break the record. I really want him to do it, man. Listen, as we know about Arsenal, and City, about when it's like, go for goal difference and that. It's the Premier League. It's hard. It's hard to come by assists. It's hard to come by goals. But do you back Bruno Fernandes to get 3 assists in his next 5? You know what I mean? Come on, Bruno, man. You know what I mean? Casemiro specials, corners, anything. Just get the scumbag assists now. You know what I mean? Let's do it. Even if there's a penalty, do the Pires Henry one. Do you know what I mean? Where you pass it to someone and they tap it in. just do anything, bro, because we want Bruno to be getting this award. You know, Casemiro running out of home games, man. This is, there's 3 home games left for him to play. You know what I'm saying? Tonight, Liverpool and Forest. So it's going to be the last few times we see Casemiro. That's playing in the back of people's minds as well. Want to see him leave on a high. I did touch on it already. Harry Maguire is going to be huge coming back. You know what I mean? We need that calmness that he brings. And actually, we need to have a game of no jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? I think we managed to do that against Chelsea. But the last couple of games where it was Leeds and before that it was Bournemouth, players sent off and just stuff happening. So hopefully, the drama goes out of it. Kobbie Mainoo played really well against Chelsea as well. I want to see him on the ball tonight, comfortable, confident. You know what I'm saying? And Luke Shaw, listen, he's 5 games away from setting a record for himself, bro, of starting every single league game. Now listen, 1 game a week hype. That's what Luke Shaw can deal with. So he needs, obviously, if you give him the right amount of rest between games, he's proved he can be all right. Well, what a big moment that is for him. Hopefully I ain't just jinxed that, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice for him to have played every single Premier League game as a personal. He's had so much injury problems, and he needs to leave the club, and that, and the time's done. But he's had a good season, man. He's been a good player this year. He's been very, very confident. So yeah, big up to him. Let's go with Heaven. I want to see him do his thing. Let's give him an extended run, even into Liverpool as well. How nice would that be? Give Heaven the run, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going with the win, but I'm also being humble, remaining humble. Yeah, I'll see you guys on the battery. I'm out of here.
So yeah, he said he's going to be humble. Just don't let him forget that. So whilst that was playing, we do have some confirmation from Sully once again with even more match day news. He has confirmed that Benjamin Šeško, Ahmad and Bryan Mbeumo start in the front 3 tonight, which is, like I said a few minutes ago, I think was expected because there's just not many options left. I mean, I know technically, yes, you could put the Patrick Dorgu situation into there and go, well, he is back, but not from the start. Now, after 3 months out, I don't think that's going to be the right choice. So that means it is Šeško. It is Ahmad, most likely on the left, and Mbeumo on the right. But they'll be obviously interchanging throughout the game. They'll be swapping sides at different points too. And here's hoping they start fast. I mean, Lord knows we've been starting slow, particularly obviously in the last game against home game against Leeds. Started very slow in that one, I guess, but we've been doing that for quite some time. It's almost become, a bit of a characteristic of the Carrick team, isn't it? Is starting slow, second half getting a bit better. And once the game stretched, that's when he was bringing on, say, Šeško before and what have you. It's got to be starting fast tonight and hopefully not needing to go 1-0 down to wake up. I don't know about you, but I am getting tired of that, of the go 1-0 down. All right, let's start to play now a little bit. Oof, I'm not really sure about that start. Second half, I see if Michael Carrick's going to change anything. Or maybe he should make some halftime substitutions because it's not going well in the first half. You want to just feel something from the start, and then hopefully the game can peter out that way, right? And then we can have a nice, comfortable and cozy Monday night. But this is Manchester United we're talking about. This is the Premier League as well. And once you get to this part of the season and you start getting into pressurized situations, you start getting into strange scenarios where people are going for different goals and strange results start creeping up. But again, just want to be boring and get over the line this evening. No late drama. Not even conversation about, what about the performance tonight? I just want even the conversation to be like, performance, it wasn't shit, it wasn't great, it was just fine. We'll move on to the next game and feel good going into that game against Liverpool, because that's the one, isn't it? Right? If you can win tonight, then go into the game against Liverpool with some momentum and what will be a big game at Old Trafford. But we've also, like Flex mentioned, be a bit humble, learn our lesson. Do not look too far into the future. Do not look too far ahead to that Liverpool game, because we did that a little bit, didn't we, with the Leeds game? We'll beat Leeds at Old Trafford, then we'll play Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. That's the big one. And nope, got to take each game and make sure that we get the job done, because also you don't want to have back-to-back losses at home in the Premier League, right, against a rival side in Leeds and also a side in Brentford that, granted, they've had a good season, but also if we're going to go where we want to go, not just this season, but next, being Brentford at home, you've got to get that job done, even though they're a very, like I said, they've Keith Andrews done a fantastic job, hasn't he? Let's be honest. I mean, everyone, myself included, thought that he was going to be Brentford. They were going to be the first team down this season. You lose your best players, not just over the summer, but over the course of a couple of years, right? They lost Ivan Toney a couple of years ago. They lost Mbeumo. They lost Wissa. They lost Thomas Frank. They lost their captain, and then they hire someone who's never been a manager before. He's been a set piece coach. You go, it's going to be a disaster. And he's done a fantastic job. I mean, he's in the conversation to get, if Brentford end up getting European football, then fucking hell, he should be in contention for manager of the season. Absolutely. They're a good team, and he's done a really, really good job. So it's not going to be an easy game, but it needs to be a game that Manchester United can get the job done in. Sully saying that Benjamin Šeško, Ahmed and Brian Mbeumo start in the front three tonight. Of course, team news is coming out in about 2 minutes. When it does, of course, we will get it up on the screen and then get the graphic up on the screen for you as quickly as possible as well. Amanor says, Flex, it was a video, will there be a full-time view after the match? Potentially. The problem is with these Monday games is, again, it's just late. It's just late and late and late and late and late and late. So possibly these Monday fixtures, everyone hates them. I do. I cannot wait. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind a good Monday night fixture. When if it's a big one, it's like Liverpool versus Man United Monday night. Oh, big, or it's something like that. Okay, cool, fine. But I mean, how many games? Does anyone actually know exactly how many Monday night fixtures we've had this season? By the way, because this is. I said at least 4 off the top of my head, and I feel like I'm probably missing one. At least 4, I maybe like 4 or 5 in and around that number, which is outrageous, isn't it? I mean, we're just being used for television ratings at that point, so. And I'm pretty sure there's a rule against it. I swear there is some rule against like how many times you can have your fixture moved to a Monday night or something. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, my goodness. Red Baron also says there's been 3 instances of hair pulling since Martinez red card. No one, I'm not given the same treatment. What ref decision tonight will be get effed over? But basically, I don't know, Red Baron. I mean, let's pick some rule that will not be enforced in any other match for the rest of the season into next season, that will result in a Man United player getting a red card tonight, because they'll pick a rule they'll pick a rule, as it mentioned there, 0 tolerance apart from all the other times. We need to. What people are watching tonight on a Monday, so we can emphasize some rule again tonight. Should we give someone like 2 yellow cards in the space of 30 seconds again? Maybe something like that. Who fucking knows? Honestly, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. 0 tolerance. Right, we've got the Manchester United starting 11. Let's get it on the screen for you guys. So here it is. That is the team to play at Old Trafford this evening against Brentford. So in goal, we've got Senna Lomans. We've got a back four that consists of Dalot, Maguire, Heaven, and where is Luke Shaw? There's Luke Shaw. We've got Casemiro and we've got Cobby. We've got Bruno Fernandes in the 10. We have Ahmad, we have Mbumo, and we have Benjamin Šeško. So it was pretty easy to put those puzzle pieces together, wasn't it? Certainly after we got the news that Matheus Cunha and others were not available. So we've got Bayern Dia. Dorgu is on the bench. Malacia, Mazraoui, Yoro, Mount, Ugarte, Lacey, and Zirkzee. So, yeah, I mean, I can't really pick too much of that team. But I think, like I said, was the news that Cunha was out, kind of forced Michael Carrick's hand there. It didn't a little bit, didn't it? It was just a case of, okay, well, kind of makes the decision for him, really. Who else could really play in that left spot? I mean, obviously, we know that Dorgu could, but with him just coming back from injury, and the first time he's even been named in a match day squad in 3 months, that wasn't going to be the case, was he? So, yeah, I think hopefully the way the game goes is maybe we do see a little bit of Patrick Dorgu for maybe 10 or 15 minutes towards the end. And hopefully it's a case of, it's not because we need him. It's because it's a case of it's good for his return and part of his, getting minutes under the belt and what have you. Hopefully it's not a case of we're throwing on Patrick Dorgu with 10 minutes to go going, Patrick, if you can give us something, we need it because we're chasing to get back into the game. We're chasing to equalize or what have you. So fingers crossed that isn't going to be the case there. But hopefully he does get on. Aside from that, like I said, it kind of really does pick itself as far as who probably gets onto the pitch from the substitute bench. As I mentioned, maybe Dorgu, Mazraoui will get on. Yoro probably get on. Mason Mount. Think about Mason Mount. He is still so far off it, isn't he? My goodness. I mean, it's not as if he's been out injured for a while now. He's been, unless I'm mistaken, which, me, sometimes I can be, unless I'm mistaken, he's been in the match day squad for a hot minute now, hasn't he? Let me make sure I've got all this. There we go. So that is Manchester United starting 11. Yeah, it has been, like I said, I think back in the squads, he's just not being picked by Michael Carrick, is he? So I wouldn't be shocked if I wouldn't even be shocked if in the summer, like I said, maybe it's not a he leaves on a permanent. Maybe, as Flex always says, it's a starting the process of Mason Mount leaving Manchester United. But yeah, he just feels really far off it, doesn't he? Came on against Chelsea. Yeah. For how long was that? That was towards the end, wasn't it? Well, the subs were like 80th minute, weren't they? Because Carrick waited that long. But yeah, I mean, not even, obviously, nowhere near conversation for World Cup squad, which you would think he would have a chance with Thomas Tuchel, but gets injured all the time and don't play any games. So doesn't deserve it. It's not difficult to figure out the case there. So yeah. But in the summer, this is why I think Flex is right with about starting the process of selling Mason Mount, because who's picking up that in the summer? Who's picking up that contract? Who's looking at that? I mean, I don't know exactly what it was. It was rumored to be like 250, something like that, maybe a bit less. Remember, they're all going back up, or a lot of them are going back up because of the Champions League. So, yeah, who picks up that? It feels very much like and then maybe because he does well on the loan, maybe something happens there. But, or Man United, Ineos, let's prove how ruthless you are and, do the whole, all right, work something out with Mason Mount about a payoff. It's not the whole deal, but it's part of it. And that's how big you are. That's how ruthless you are at Manchester United. Try and fix that issue, because that's not an easy one. That's not an easy one. That might be I see the contract out, Luke Shaw kind of scenario. Maybe you're right, Junk. I tell you what, maybe, yep. you might not be a million miles off with something like that. If you reckon, what would be the situation? Yeah, what would be the situation if, like Coventry, because obviously they won the championship, they're in the Prem next season with Frank Lampard. What if they did go and we'll take? I think Coventry they take Mason Mount on loan. Obviously, they wouldn't cover the entirety of his wages. Although I know championship sides do get a shit ton of money, don't they, for going into the Prem? Maybe it is like a loan. We cover a bit. It's something. It's a bit of a Jadon Sancho kind of vibe where it's like, hey, we'll do what we can, try and get ourselves a good deal. You play. You were Frank. The expectation is you might go down, but you're playing every single week, and Man United free up a bit of money, but then again, that's another midfielder we need to sign in the summer, isn't it? That's the other problem as well, isn't it? We need add that to midfielder number 4 or 5 that we need to sign this summer because Casemiro's going, so we need to replace him. We need like 2 anyway, and also Ugarte might be going as well, so you got to replace him just by numbers, Yeah. Mason Mount, it'd be good if he goes. Actually, we're gonna need people. And whilst I do agree with King of the Indies that you don't replace everyone you let go, but at the same time we need numbers. We can't find ourselves in a situation where we start next season where we go, tell you what, we've made some good signings here, but the squad actually feels smaller. We've got less options, but the options we do have are great, but we've got less options. Unfortunately, we're playing in more competitions. We've got more matches to play. We need experience there as well. We need experience as well because, as I mentioned this morning, even if there are excuses about whoever the coach is or whoever they didn't get their players in or whatever, it won't matter. It will still result in them losing their job. So that's why they need to get the players in. That's why the summer, that is critical, absolutely critical. With recruitment, that has to be right. That has to be right. And those decisions are so important. So important. And it's not to say that obviously whoever comes in is going to get everyone they want because, it doesn't always work like that. And as you mentioned earlier on, it doesn't mean but we are not in the position, I think, but particularly again with the players that we do have in our squad to be like, right, we'll sell Mason Mount, but don't worry, we don't need to replace him. That there needs to be a body. There needs to be a body on that bench that has maybe he doesn't have the experience Mason Mount does, but needs to have something. Needs to have something on there because we're short as is. It's the midfield one is such a strange position, isn't it? Because it is the position we actively do need to recruit in the most, but there are also like players we need to move on from that position. So it's like there's like double work there. There's players we need to move on, players we need to bring in, but also maybe we don't replace every midfielder that goes, but we'd have to replace at least one of them or 2 of them. Yeah. So, yes. And maybe again that's the thing that actually does keep Mason Mount safe for another season is just there's just so much work to do in that area that they sort of deem it as we just can't really take too much out of it at this point, or already a lot's being taken out of it this summer. If it Casemiro for sure, maybe Ugarte, and also we need to have incomings. Like, yeah, I think that summer I've been talking this with Flex so often recently. Honestly, it's so big, and I really don't know what to expect. I really don't. I really don't know what to expect. I'm hoping that it's good. I'm hoping that we come out of it going, actually, tell you what, we did really well there. But there's volume. There's the World Cup. We always forget other clubs. Other clubs are a factor as well, aren't they? Because they get involved and they go after similar players. My goodness. And obviously with our preseason, it's just European based. And maybe it's even whilst the friendlies are going on, there's going to be so much focus on transfers and players flying out to get involved on the preseason tour across Europe. Some of the games, in like Sweden and stuff. Yeah, but that's looking too far ahead. We've got to focus on tonight. We've got to focus on Manchester United versus Brentford. We've got to focus on what we do have to use this evening. And we do have that starting 11, which is Lomans in goal. Dalot, Maguire, Heaven, and Shaw, of course. Harry Maguire back after suspension. Luke Shaw is, what's the actually specific stat? I want to make sure I get this right. Here you go. It is Luke Shaw is just 5 games away from setting a personal record, starting every single Premier League match in a season for Manchester United after 11. And then the post says after 11 years at the club, which I get the point, of that. But also, I suppose there are players that probably are at clubs for, relatively long time, and maybe they don't play every Premier League game in a season. So it is quite an achievement, especially for Luke Shaw, no doubt about that. And kicking the injuries, you're absolutely right, 100%. James, not only he won that, he knocked it out of the park. I mean, he said however many starts. I think we're past that at this point. Yeah, I mean, look, Luke Shaw is one of those names that you almost have to be weirdly cautious about praising, because if you dare say anything good about him, you get pushed back straight away. But he shouldn't be here. And you're like, I know. These two things can be, or multiple things can be true at the same time. He shouldn't. He should have been gone a long time ago. Obviously, when it comes to his contract, I don't think that should be extended. I think that's when he leaves. When's that? 2027? Or 2028? I forget. So we got at least a year or two left of Shaw. But then I think the club should call it a day, and I think they would be right to. And we'll see what happens with him. But for whilst we've got him, I always say this, with Shaw, what does frustrate me a little bit is when some sort of suggest that he's not a good, like he's got nothing to offer or he's not good. Luke Shaw is a good player. Like he is a good player. Past his prime, probably. But this season, he's coming at left centre back, in a back 3 and a back 4. We saw it with England towards the end of the Euros a couple of years ago. When he did come in, he did actually make a bit of a difference. So the suggestion that he's, again, when you get stuff like this, like he's good at nothing, good at what? That's when we take it. I think some take it a bit too far. Because of course he's got qualities. Of course he's got things to offer. But the timeline is already there, isn't it? The timeline is there. Did someone say it was 2027 or 2028? 2 years left, so maybe 2028. That's the end point, isn't it? That's the end point. I think a bit like Harry Maguire. I hope we're into a point. I don't even know if it's going to be next season. I'm not sure, but a bit like Harry Maguire. I think if you're reliant on Luke Shaw or Maguire, those players that have been at the club for a long time in 2026, and they're kind of integral to the back 4, that is a sign that you need. We need better in that position. We need better in that position. So once again, that's what I said. He left back in the summer. Dorgan's going to be a left-sided forward. But this idea that he's got nothing to offer and he's terrible, he's rubbish. That's not true. But is he? You're going to win league titles with Luke Shaw at this stage of his career? Probably not. Next season, Champions League. I mean, when we're in the Champions League next season, he won't do this. What he's done this season in the Prem, unless he just doesn't play in any cup competitions, because that's what he's done this season. the reason Luke Shaw is able to possibly start all these Premier League games this season is because he didn't start in that FA Cup game against Brighton. He wasn't involved in the squad, I don't think. And the game against Grimsby wasn't involved in the squad, because he can't do it. So next season, hopefully, once again, go a bit further in Champions League and obviously be in the Champions League rather, and further in the cup competitions. And I don't think this Premier League thing will happen next season for him. But either way, it is an accomplishment for him. In the same way that it would be an accomplishment for anyone. I mean, again, I know it is a bit sort of, pat on the back of, oh, well done, Luke Shaw, you've started all the games this season. But actually, if it was any other player, you would say, I'll tell you what, that's a lot of consistency this season. You know what I mean? If it was any other club, actually, any other player, if you went, I don't know, Urian Timber has played every single game for Arsenal this season, you go, that's bloody consistent, isn't it? That's not bad in the Premier League, but, or maybe it's a bad example because they're in Champions League. Maybe a team that's not in Europe, So-and-so for Brighton at left back. They've played every single game this season. You go, tell you what, That's not bad. That's quite consistent, isn't it? So yeah, just in general, I think it deserves credit for that. But like I said, multiple things can be true at the same time for those that will get very annoyed. Annoyed when you say good things about Luke Shaw, because how dare you say good things about Luke Shaw? A bit like Cobby, Cobby Mainoo once again starting this evening. I want to talk about being involved, heavily involved in this Michael Carrick version of Manchester United has been for Cobby Mainoo, new contract coming soon, verbally agreed and whatnot. Once again, looking for a big performance from him tonight. Cobby's at this point is funny, isn't it? Because we're at this point now with Cobby where, just again, I think for some, minds are kind of made up, aren't they, with Cobby, And yeah, like King says there in the chat, that's just where Cobby is now. I feel like he can have really good games, and obviously the big Cobby fans will really, really big him up. Those that for some reason, and I still don't get this, but for some reason decide they don't like him, or this perceived attitude that he has, which I just don't really get. It's always that he's actually not that good. What does he actually do? And he go play in midfield, keep the tempo ticking, play, try and play forward passes, just the job of a midfielder. Should he be once again the I say integral, but he's almost is at the moment to this United starting 11, which again I don't think is the position that he should be at this point. I think it's that this is why again midfield is so important, because Cobby needs to be in the midfield needs to be strong enough that Cobby can come in and out, because he's a young guy, he's a young player. There should be more experienced names ahead of him and to play alongside him. And like I said, to compete in these other competitions, we're just going to need more players in general. But I think part of that sort of the polarizing nature of Cobby, even though again as a person he's really not that at all. But for the reason maybe he's a polarizing subject is because of the Amorim time, but also the contract thing and English player, and he had so much so quickly. So I think we almost need to protect him a little bit next season. We need to protect him moving forward. And there are going to be times where got to take him out the spotlight, and there should be experienced and frankly, better players, currently that may be a bit further along in their development than Cobby, because again, that's such an important space for us next season. So yeah, it's not a case of like says he started a European final, he's ready to play. I don't. It's not a case of Cobby's not ready to start for Manchester United. No, it's more just a case of we're going into multiple competitions next season. Cobby Mainoo is a young guy. He has also had his issues with fitness as well. So he needs to be protected, like a lot of young players do. I know it's very much as an academy player, particularly United, sink and swim. But sometimes you also do have to give them, if you can, it's not always possible, but the best conditions so they don't sink. And hopefully be like, right, I sink or swim, but hopefully I've taught you everything and we prepared you and we'll put you in the best environment and best setting, so you're gonna swim and thrive here instead of just sinking, and just instead of just throwing you in and being like, oh, you didn't do well. Actually, even though you did do well, but everyone still hates you, so piss off, which is what we tend to do with sort of young players. So yeah, with Cobby, glad that he's playing tonight, because otherwise that would mean Ugarte. And also, I hate to break it to you, but Cobby Mainoo is not Lamine Yamal. So that is a bad example. Let's just pick the player who fucking was playing games for Barcelona at like, was it 15 or 16? And has already won load of stuff. Well, to tell you what, though, Messi was starting games when he was 18. So, duh, if Messi can do it, then basically so can anyone. If Messi did it, then why am I not? I should be playing, right? I should be playing instead of Cobby, I'm much quicker over 5 yards, much more athletic. Because if Lamine Yamal is in, then that's where I need to, anyone should be in. Anyone should be in. I mean, this is the silliness that we're talking about here. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes. Also, be sure to subscribe. A reminder, this is the starting 11 for Manchester United. Lomans in goal, the back four of Dalot, Maguire, Heaven and Shaw. We've got Casemiro and Cobby in midfield, Brian Mbumo, Bruno Fernandes, Ahmad and Benjamin Šeško. Red Baron says, what, just get a yellow card for a foul throw? And Red Baron says, you're either a flip-flop or stubborn, no in between. Yes, that is tend to how it that's tend to be how it goes, isn't it? Unfortunately, but actually, I do think you say that, Red Baron, and we did a thing the other day. I forget which show it was. But it was the one where we were talking about Tchouaméni. That was it. When we were talking about Tchouaméni, and there was quite a vocal Tchouaméni's shit, actually. We shouldn't get him while Real Madrid selling him, blah, blah, blah. And then we put it to the a poll, and it was something like 81% was like, yeah, sign Tchouaméni. So I do think sometimes, and I'm very guilty of this. I'm very guilty of this. It's not easy, but I am very guilty for this. Sometimes you do hear the loudest voices in the room and then think like, oh, is that what everyone thinks? And sometimes it's really not. They're just very loud. Sometimes that's not actually the majority at all. But because it is so vocal and because maybe it is such an extreme opinion, you sort of go like, that's bullshit. And then you realize, oh, actually, they're the only person in the room that maybe thinks that, and that's why it comes across as so bullshit. Is because there's despite sheer numbers, there's always going to be a contrarian in the room or what have you. So yes, I think that's the way it goes. Sometimes with the whole football Twitter and football community, online football and what have you. So yeah, it's just how it kind of goes, isn't it? And like I said, also. Just depends on how people are in, what mood they're in that day as well. We're all, I would hope the majority of us are United fans. I think if we're winning, we're more generally in a good mood and the debates can be much more civilized. I mean, let's be honest, right? This position, we're having the debate about Carrick and results and performances. I would still much rather us be, arguing over this as opposed to arguing in 15th about why the future's going to be maybe better. Because that they were dark times. They were very, very dark times. Very dark times. So I'm much happier, to keep perspective. I'm much happier having these debates at the moment. Kickoff is now under an hour away. So we will be kicking off at Old Trafford. If anyone actually wants to see the table, I clicked the wrong button, Flecknology. Wasn't that funny this morning, by the way, that Flex couldn't Flex couldn't use he couldn't hear. That was it. He couldn't hear. The technology was not working for him. Right. This is the table. This is what I'm looking for. Yes, as we go into tonight, you can see right here. Make sure I actually get on the right screen with the watch collar and the thingy. Yes, so that is the table as things stand. Manchester United, if we win tonight, we, of course, go 3 points ahead of those teams that we're level on points with at the moment, so your Liverpools and your Aston Villas. But also critically, and this is why I say, we're really... It feels like after every game, we're going 1 foot in the Champions League. But if we win tonight, then you're really looking at, well, two things. One, look at the gap between 6th place, 50th points, us, will be on 61 points. You got 11-point gap between us and getting out of those Champions League spots, basically in. But also the important point too, not that you want to think too negatively and again, look too far ahead, but win tonight, get a 3-point cushion between us and Liverpool and Villa, because we're playing Liverpool next weekend at Old Trafford. Hopefully we win, but you never know. We might drop points in that one. That might be a draw. That might end up being a draw. You never know. Liverpool might have a bad day at the office, a bad refereeing decision. You never know what's going to happen. Sometimes referee, we can get another red card for a hair pull or something like that, or some, again, weird rule that's yet to be reinforced or yet to be made, but suddenly it will be made. I don't know. So that's why tonight's really important. One, try and seal off that that possibility of not being in the Champions League next season, which we effectively already kind of are, but tonight get the win, really do that. But also on top of it, like I said, give yourself a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of wiggle room just for that Liverpool game next weekend, because, big, intense matches like that, as they say, sometimes form can go out the window and you never know what's going to happen. Under Carrick in the big games against the big teams, we've done well. Certainly at Old Trafford, one would think against Liverpool, we'll be up for it. Obviously, we know we won at Anfield earlier this season, but Liverpool also a bit of a strange side at the moment. For as bad as they and inconsistent as they have been, they have put a couple of wins together in the Prem, but they're also still very, very inconsistent. So yeah, but we're still in that position, and I know I said for every game, but it is true. We're still in that position where we're still firmly in control of our own destiny. And like I said, win tonight, we put ourselves in a really, really positive position, not just for the Champions League, but also just, I think, for the rest of, this sort of final run-in that we've got coming up. Because as DJ myself said a couple of times before, we will have our moments where we drop points. That might be against Liverpool. That might be the last day against Brighton. By that point, hopefully, maybe it doesn't matter at all, right? But at the same time, and this is what I was touching on in the morning view too, if we did end up below Liverpool this season, that would be really disappointing. And I know that grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, you get Champions League anyway, but it's a bit like, you remember a couple of times when Spurs were going for the title, and then like that Leicester season, Spurs were going for the title, and then they didn't even, in a 2-horse race, they came third. One of those things where you go, yeah, I mean, they were technically going for the title, but they ended up finished third. Like, that's a bit shit. And I get the whole, well, what's the impact on next season? But we've been third for a while this season. And for Villa or Liverpool to finish above us, it would be because we've effed it up at some point. Because, like I said, we're 5 games left out. And if we take care of our business, and not even be perfect, but, if we're on the whole better, more often than we're not, then we should get third place. If we ended up finishing 5th, you would get that feeling of, all right, Champions League, but there would be this element of, it was a bit flat. We kind of sort of fell apart at the end. And that would only add more pressure to Carrick, I think, going into... I think it would only add more pressure going into next season, probably, to Carrick if he did get the job. I think a little bit as well, because it would be, ended last season bad, got to start this season quick. So yes, win tonight, but also on top of that, make sure that we seal up Champions League football, and also make sure we can seal up third place, because that's I don't want to see us finishing. And this is when I suppose to be careful what you wish for and all that, but. At the start of the season, if you'd offered me 4th place, 5th place, Champions League, yes, would have taken it. But also, stuff's happened then, isn't it? Stuff's happened. That's also, I guess, the issue with the whole maintain perspective thing, because it is true, maintain perspective, but also don't forget how it happened and, how you got there as well. But this is the life of being a Manchester United fan. We got close to 900 people watching. As I mentioned, kickoff is in just about 45 minutes time. If you haven't already, click the like button. Let's see if we can get up to 300 likes. I think I'm caught up with the super chats here. Yes, I am. See if we've got any quotes. We do have some from Michael Carrick about Mateus Cunha. He said he had a bit of a sore hip flexor after the game against Chelsea. He was looking quite promising during the week. We thought he'd be okay, but he didn't quite progress quick enough. It's nothing too serious. Oh, they're nothing too serious. I'm glad he didn't say it's minor. Because that also, nothing too serious, minor. Wait, out for the rest of the season. He won't play the World Cup. No, but maybe that is positive in the sense that he's saying, look, we actually thought at one point he was going to make it, which would suggest he's not a million miles away. So perhaps if he's not a million miles away, he should be fine for the Liverpool game. Perhaps. So we shall see. But it's a sore hip flexor. Could be back for the Liverpool game on Sunday. Fingers crossed he will be. Fingers crossed, like I said, it's not some of the other minor injuries that we've seen before. But then Cobby's was a minor one, and he was back. You know what I mean? He was back. So, yes. Amanor, the super chat, says, Owen, can you check up on Marcel? Not seen him in a while. Who? I don't know what you're talking about. Marcel? I don't know. He's a Voldemort. So we don't talk about him. No. Marcel's doing Marcel things wherever he is somewhere. I'm sure we'll see him. He'll pop up somewhere soon. But remember, he lives in time is a construct. So I don't know if the next time you see him, it will technically be our version of the future or the past, or I don't know. He lives outside of time, outside of reality. It's kind of like a Marvel thing with him. So you never know. Never know. I'm not sure. Yes. But I do think, I saw Ridwan. Yeah, I think he was on a couple of DR watch-alongs recently. So if it might be on there as well. But he'll be on here soon enough. The problem is another reason why you probably haven't seen him and some others as well is because, like I said, we keep playing on bloody Monday. Usually Monday, that's the red carpet day or what have you. And so many stuff has been moved around this season. So we will be getting back to once the season ends, we'll be getting back to somewhat of a more regular schedule, because this whole season with everything moving around and Monday night games and all that it's been a pain in the ass, honestly. But next season, hopefully we'll be back to normal when it comes to a lot of that. As far as any more quotes, have I got any other quotes? Because I did see Michael Carrick was doing an interview with Sky, probably, like I said, just talking about the issue with Cunha. Like I said, had a sore hip flexor, didn't recover. Michael Carrick and Kobbie Mainoo, he said he's got an awful lot of experience in terms of big games and occasions at such a young age. We wanted to get him back on the pitch, playing football, feeling that rhythm again, finding himself, and he's done terrific. Indeed, he has done terrific. He said, I've loved every minute of it. Kobbie Mainoo, talking about the 11 starts out of the last 12 matches. He says, even though they haven't all been wins, it's been amazing to be on the pitch, especially under the boss now. I'm feeling the confidence from him. I tell you what, with Kobbie as well, Kobbie, in terms of, you know what I should do? I should probably put a poll. And I know this probably poll isn't for everyone, because not everyone's obviously an England fan or an English viewer. But simple question: does Kobbie make the England World Cup squad? Yes. No. I meant to put a third option, but I forgot. I pressed the button too quickly. Technology. So one in or two in the chat whether you think Kobbie's going to make the World Cup squad. I think yes. I think yes, but I think it'll be close. I think that is still quite close. I didn't think he would make it back in, not going to lie. I thought even when Carrick came in and it was like, oh, maybe Carrick's going to start playing Kobbie now, I still thought it's too far. There's only one more friendly, batch of games, or one more batch of games is just too much. But now the fact that he got back in the squad literally as soon as he started playing, and he has been very regular for Carrick and he has been good. I mean, maybe it also depends on other players if they get injured as well, because you get to this time of the season as well, certain players drop out because they get late injuries, which is always heartbreaking. Does he make it? I think probably, but it is close. I think it's very, very close. England got a lot of options in midfield, a lot. Yeah, I'd probably go with one, but I think that would close because again, you got a ton of really good players, and just because he's in the squad, I'm not sure how much game time he'll actually get. But there is the thing with Kobbie, yeah. And this is the remarkable thing about him. In even such a short period of time, his career has had this feeling, hasn't it, of just when you think, he's not going to be able to go higher or to go to or do something or achieve something, he ends up doing it, doesn't he? I mean, look at that rise to the kind of the superstardom in that England team of initially just going with the under 21s and then when he gets there, it's, actually, you come with the senior squad and, actually, then you can get named in the Euro squad and, actually, maybe you can play this game. Next thing you know, he's starting in the final. So Kobbie, and even with the Reuben thing, he's going to end up going. Kobbie's done. And then that didn't end up going that way. And now he's back in the team and he's going to get a new contract and, his long-term future's back at United. So Kobbie's got this incredible resilience to him so far in his career. Just when, people start to sort of write him out or just when people start to think that maybe the bloom's off the rose, as it were, he then surprises people. So maybe that's what he'll do this summer for the England squad. Kobbie Mainoo on Brentford has said they're a good side, direct, physical. We worked on it a lot during the week and we're ready. God, I hope so, Kobbie. I really hope so. You know, when you see those quotes and you get the, we're ready. We've worked on it a lot in the week. I honestly hope so, Kobbie, because what I really don't want to see is the what I really don't see is after 45 minutes in, we look at sixes and sevens and we're like, what have we been doing all week? Because I feel like we've actually, to be fair, a lot of people have backed off this now, haven't they? The idea of, wow, we've got a full week of training. That's a good thing. I think at this point we've sort of realized that the whole training thing is a bit of a myth, isn't it? Whether they have, Ruben's not doing well because he hasn't got enough time for training. Then you get a lot of time for training, nothing really changes. We had so much time of training, and then when we get 24 days worth of training and absences, and that doesn't work out for us. So I think we got lots of time training. We've had the full week training. We've been working on it all week in training. Who knows? Guesswork. Same like the manager. Guesswork. No, I don't know. And then, of course, when it comes to United at the moment too, and trading, there's this whole separate strand of discussion, isn't there, about Carrick and intensity and shorter sessions or less sessions, and if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and if that's hurting us in the long term, and what that could mean next season as well. There are just, like I said earlier on, that this summer for recruitment, for obviously with the manager, and then into next season, maybe I'm just tying myself up in too many knots in my head, and like I said, thinking too far ahead of what have you. Maybe it is just me, but I feel like the next 12 months we're on this like real critical point for Manchester United of either, if we get it right, we can really make some real positive strides forward. But if we get it wrong, then it might be like another couple of years where we're like, oh, we're a shit, or we're a bit of a mess, or we're getting embarrassed quite a bit. But whilst there's a lot to do, it is possible. It is possible. And whilst there have been elements of, criminality and these people aren't fit for purpose, there have also been moments where you go, we did have a good window actually, and we've actually got some good players, and maybe we do finish third this season. Maybe there is something there. I don't know. I don't want to get too far ahead, because every time we start to think positive about United, we end up losing a game and we're like, things are shit. So I'll try and balance. But when it comes to that poll in the chat, does Kobbie make the England World Cup squad? Looks like the majority of you think yes, and I would I would agree with you. Like I said, I do think it'll be tight, but I think maybe he'll just make it. We've got close to 900 people watching. We're nearly at 300 likes. So if you haven't already, click that like button. Be sure to subscribe. I mean, when it comes to Man United, Red Baron, proper. And just as a Man United fan, but also, and this is when it's going to get into proper like, boo-hoo, poor me content creator. But the last couple of years, I feel like they've taken years off my life. I'm telling you. the Ruben years, or even towards the end of the Eric years, and when you see like I said, the cycle, even though I'm not a big fan of that whole, break the cycle kind of thing. But yeah, I so hope we get it right in the summer. I really, really do. I hope we finish this season strong. Maybe not going to win every game. I'd also love, I just feel like at the weekend as well, if we could get a result against Liverpool, Old Trafford, like, I feel like the place just be bouncing, good atmosphere of like, did the double over Liverpool this season, back in the Champions League, whether you carry it or carry out, park it to one side for one day and be like, good result. And particularly after such a poor performance against Leeds, if we can get a couple of back-to-back wins, 3 wins in a row, then you're like, all right, finish the season strong, secure third space, and really then focus on the summer, focus on those critical decisions, focus on everything we need to focus on, and have this feeling of we've already figured out the league. We've already done it. It's already done. We've won those 3 critical games in a row with teams all around us in Chelsea, Brentford, and Liverpool, and now we're pretty much there. But got to do it. And I would be a liar if I sat here and be like, oh, this Man United team will be totally fine. I'm totally confident because, yeah, you never know. You never know. We big up to everyone that did click the like button. We are over 300 likes, so really appreciate everyone that has clicked the like button as well. And also be sure to subscribe to United View if indeed you are new. Actually, where are we at in terms of subscribers? I don't even know. Let me check the top corner. We are at, I will tell you exactly, 210,811. So less than 200 until 211,000. Ashley, you going to do a prediction for who you think is going to win? I think you said United were going to win last time, so that's better. Some of your recent predictions haven't been too hot, have they? Not been too great. Superman, Ashley jumps in. Right, what are you going for? You're going for a Man United? Well, straight away, Man United win. Straight away, Man United win. Well, that's positive. Well, considering your track record, I don't know, Asher, but Asher's going for a win, like I am. I'm going to go for a 1-0. So Asher's saying Asher's going to go for a win. She's on a bit of a run there as well. So yeah. So maybe we're fine. But relax now. No problem at all. Get completely fine. No issue. Yeah. Chris Katsy says, Owen, 4 weeks left. That's 5 lemons a week. Can you do it? I think so. I did one today, and I do think I've spaced this out relatively well, but I do run the risk of them stacking up too quickly, and then the last like week of the season is going to be horrific. But I think I'm okay. I've been spacing out at the moment because I started off way too fast. Like I'm telling you, that first morning show when I did like 4 in the morning, my mouth, honestly, again, it looked like Freddy Krueger's ass the next day. It was and that's when I kept having to go back to the dentist because I had some dentist stuff I needed to get done, and I was really worried that she was going to look and be like, "What are you doing?" And then I have to explain, well, there's this YouTube channel. And there's a goalkeeper. His name sounds like lemons. It's a whole thing. And I committed to it. So, yeah. Maybe I should do a thing for, during matches for well, because I didn't want to do it, actually. I said I was going to do a thing for every time they United score a goal, I'd have one. But I don't want it to connect to that. I just want to just be able to do it. So I'll at least have a couple during this stream. Not yet. Maybe during the match. Like if I'm getting really pissed off with someone, then maybe I'll pop a lemon, which sounds like a euphemism. But maybe I'll have one then because it might distract me from if it's what I'm seeing on the screen is shit. Maybe if Dallow's doing what Dallow does, I'll be like, fuck this, I have a lemon, because at least then I can just, my anger goes out on sort of the pain, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that might be useful later on in the game. Because there'll be those moments. I mean, Dallow starting. So it's, well, he actually did all right going up against Alejandro Garnacho in that Chelsea game. Did you see it? Did you see all of the reaction to it? Oh, it was glorious, wasn't it? It was when he came on. What is amazing with Garnacho, like when we first sell a player and you see them start the first couple of matches, be totally honest, It's a bit like, when Sancho went to like Dortmund or Chelsea or somewhere like that, or when you see players go to these other clubs, there is this part of it where it goes, I tell you what happens if they go there and they're really good? What happens if they go there and they'll be brilliant and we're going to look really foolish that we couldn't get it right, we couldn't get the environment right for him? What happens with that? Like Garnacho, what if he goes there and really good? He's only got worse. He's only got worse. He's only got worse. And if anything, it would appear that like the behind the scenes attitude problems have only got worse as well. Who would have thought that actually Manchester United was actually kind of keeping him grounded and humble? Remember, this is the same, if you don't send me the Chelsea, I'm sticking in the reserves. This was the, if you don't send me to Chelsea, I'm going to set up my contract in the reserves. This is the brother on social media. This is Garnacho at the start of the season. Do you think you made the right move or whatever? Just look at the table. Look at the table now. Look how that table's going. And then even recently, when he starts going, maybe I made some mistakes. maybe. Unfortunately, I tell you what, who was absolutely spot on with him was Bradley. Big up Brads. When he sort of said, I think I think he's right. The whole coming through and doing the idolizing Ronaldo, doing the celebration, whether it was that or the Sue or and getting that attention and getting the Viva Garnacho chant. I think he believed his own hype, which is nothing wrong with that in football, because I think it's kind of par for the course. To become a pro footballer, you have to believe in yourself and you have to believe that you're good enough. But at the same time, it does have to be based in reality. And people kind of miss this with, say, someone like Cristiano Ronaldo. They kind of look at the complete package and obviously the quality and the arrogance. And they look at that and go, all right, that's what you need to be Cristiano Ronaldo. That's what you need to be a top player. But Cristiano Ronaldo would be the first to tell you that also you need just an absurd level of hunger to be the best. Like that attitude, that arrogance, that belief has to come from somewhere, but also be based in reality of like, no, like it's true. Like I am the best. I prove I'm the best, or I will prove that I'm the best, or, I don't have any off the field issues that much because the best shows up every single time and delivers, so maybe it's a cautionary tale to some other players, don't believe the hype, got to put in the work. And maybe that's part of the problem nowadays, right? With a lot of these young players coming through, you get so much so quickly, big contracts very quickly. And from day dot, even from when they're young teenagers, they are surrounded by people that will give them everything, everything. And it's, I suppose, them and tell them how great they are. And sometimes that can be a method to kind of lose touch very quickly, isn't it? It's not easy. We're nearly at 1,000 people watching, nearly at 350 likes. So if you haven't already, click that like button. And also, as I mentioned, be sure to subscribe. We are just less than 30 minutes away from kickoff. That is the starting 11 once again. It is Lomans, it is Dallow, it is Maguire, Heaven and Shaw, Casemiro and Cobby in midfield. We've got Bryan Mbeumo, Bruno Fernandes and Ahmad, and also Benjamin Šeško up front. If you are just joining us and wondering where is Matheus Cunha, he did try to make it, but he couldn't. He is at Old Trafford, it must be said today, but he didn't make it. Michael Carrick explaining the reason as to why. Carrick said that he has a sore hip flexor after the Chelsea game. It looked promising in the week, but he just didn't recover in time, recovering quickly as hoped. But there is a hope and not an expectation, but a hope that he could be ready for the game against Liverpool at the weekend. The fact that Carrick said there was hope that he would be available for today maybe would suggest that a few more days he should be there and thereabouts. In terms of the bench, we do have some returns there as well. Lenny Yoro is back after a short injury, ruled him out of the Chelsea game. Also, Patrick Dorgu, for the first time in 3 months, is back in a Manchester United matchday squad. We had heard Carrick himself say that. We also saw Dorgu post it on the socials that the matchday was here, and we saw him arrive at Old Trafford. So Patrick Dorgu is on the bench. He is back in a Manchester United matchday squad, and hopefully he'll get a few minutes towards the end of the game. I mean, that is going to be something really interesting today as well. Not necessarily the Dorgu part of it, but just in general with Carrick is one of the big talking points in that last game against Chelsea and just in general under Carrick has been substitutions, hasn't it? I was saying in the last game, I think Carrick took too long in the last game against Chelsea. I thought he really rode his luck. I think in the end, look, he won the game, so it didn't come back to bite him. That's the risk you sometimes take. But I would be lying if I said it wasn't a little bit of a red flag. Well, not a little bit. It is a red flag for me. I mean, I think it has to. As the Manchester United manager in game, I suppose, yes, it's important to weigh things up, but at some point you do have to be decisive. I mean, it's not going to be very often. You can wait until the 80th minute to make your first change in a game and it not come back to bite you. In my opinion, anyway, like Michael Carrick's the manager, but that to me is just a bit too late. Same as it was against Leeds when I felt the changes should have been made at half time because I didn't see what we were going to see any more of or less of in 10 minutes against Leeds in that game. We knew that the changes need to be made. So, I think that I feel like there is maybe a concern maybe about, substitutions and changes, maybe a bit indecisive. But in terms of options off the bench, he does have a couple this evening. Great to see Shea Lacey back on the bench. And because I again, there was a weird thing about him, wasn't there? Oh, Carrick's not picking him, whereas reality was out with an injury. Lacey's back. But as far as people that will get on the pitch, probably Mount and Ugarte will get on. Yoro at some point, maybe Mazraoui. Like I said, Dorgu. In terms of like game changers off the bench, I suppose that's maybe the concern there, isn't it? Is that in the other games recently, we've been like, well, we can bring Sheshko on, or we can bring Ahmad on, or we can bring Mbumo on. We don't really have that. We don't really have that one option of like game changer off the bench. And I'm even a little bit remiss to say Dorgu because it was a couple of games. So we're going to have to wait and see just, well, I say wait and see if the Ballon Dorgu thing was long term. But like I said, I worry for him, Jeff. It's not his. That's not his. He set himself so high standards there, hasn't he? He really has. But you never know. Maybe he's just become good. That's where it is. Patrick Dorgu. He's just Ballon Dorgu from now on, perhaps. We'll get up on the screen actually the full formations of both teams. There you go. So you can see that on the screen. So if you're wondering who's starting for Brentford as well. So we can have that up on the screen too. So you can see, of course, they got lots of Kelleher, Vandenberg in defense with Collins. They've got midfields of, they've got attacking players like obviously Igor Thiago, who we need to watch out for. We know that Damsgaard, tricky technical player. Shada's caused us problems before. Atara. And like I said, they're going to be quick on that transition, that's what they are. Brentford are one of the best teams in the league on transition. One of the best teams on the counter-attack. And it probably means we're going to have a lot of the ball. And also, we've sometimes had the issues when we've had more of the ball because we've got to create something, come up with something, pick the lock. And then we either overplay or get 2/3 of the way at the pitch and then get a bit unsure about what we want to do next. And that can lead us to danger from the transition, which Brentford are very good at. So that's, like I said, that's why we've got to be very, very careful. Very, very careful in this one. But at the same time, this isn't like there's a line between showing respect to the opposition and saying, look, they are a good team. They are 7th in the Prem. Haven't lost for a while. A lot of draws, but they haven't lost for a while. So you've got to show them respect. But at the same time, we're at home. This is Manchester United. The last home game, we were shit against Leeds. So we've got to deliver tonight. Deliver, obviously, first and foremost, the result. That's the headline, the most important thing. But at the same time, there is an element of, I think, quite a few fans looking for something a bit different, in terms of a performance, something a little bit of the level above, because the last two performances, certainly against Leeds, performance and result, shocking. Against Chelsea, results, certainly very positive. Result felt like it was very much a smash and grab, but at the same time, we got the win, which is the most important thing at the moment, certainly. And same for today. Get the win, really make that gap between, as if it isn't substantial already, but make the gap between us and the teams in 6th and below substantial. And then also give yourself a bit of cushion for that Liverpool game at the weekend, because you never know what can happen in those fixtures. So that's why we've got to get the job done this evening, as I'm just looking at that title race. Who do we think, by the way, just out of curiosity, who wins the Premier League title this season? Because obviously anyone's guess, depending on a big result. I mean, you look at, like, for instance, Arsenal got Burnley at home, one of the games where they could get quite a few goals there, couldn't they? But in terms of who is playing better, like I've watched the last 2 or 3 Spurs games, 2 or 3 City games, excuse me, 2 or 3 City games, just because they've been on TV. Like I watched the Chelsea game, obviously watched the FA Cup semi-final, watched them play obviously against Arsenal. I tell you what, though. One thing I kind of do take back a little bit. You know what I was saying recently about, I feel like it's there for someone to take the league by the scruff of the neck and dominate for the next 5 or 6 years. My worry, and it pains me to say this, and 115 charges and what have you, but City, very, somewhat quietly, I guess, I don't know, but like they've actually got a squad now, and they got some players and some young players too, and it's actually quite alarming. Like actually quite alarming. You know, obviously we know Haaland, but Cherky's only going to get better, second to Bruno in terms of assists this season in the Prem. So I think he's going to do some crazy numbers. I'm a big fan of O'Reilly. I think with O'Reilly, 6'4". You know what I mean? 6'4" left back scoring goals. Kasanov, you would have previously it was like shit. I remember his first game, hook him up halftime, terrible. Now he's actually look at me, go, he's quick, he's strong, bloody hell. And again, the first game he was struggling for City. Don't get me wrong, they've had some let's say stinkers, but some names I think they'll move on. Like Reinders hasn't worked out, he'll probably move on. Who else didn't really work out? Before I would have maybe said like Nico Gonzalez, but he scored a great goal at the weekend. The point being is like they actually are kind of back, which is very concerning. Because I really did think that maybe Pep was like a year or so from walking away because what's more left to do? But I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can walk away, which is, because they rotated for that game against Southampton at the weekend, which was a really good game, actually. Southampton played really, really well. They rotated and they still had a lot of players, a lot of top quality players. So, I mean, maybe Arsenal just nick it just because they do have maybe a couple of better fixtures. But City are also they're in like they're going places, I think, and they get imagine with that squad they got, they do add like Elliot Anderson to it. Oof, good grief, that is going to be scary stuff. But whatever. We'll focus on our own thing. We'll focus on our own. Focus on Manchester United. We've got our own problems to deal. We've got our own future to be building, and that's what it's going to be. We're less than 20 minutes away from kickoff at Old Trafford. That is the Manchester United starting 11. I'll get back onto the other graphic because I like that one better. There you go, the and the thingy. There you go, much better. Amador says, Owen, just says, where's DJ? I pay my UV subs to hear from him. He's not on today's one. He'll be back at the weekend for the for the Liverpool game. He's a bit under the weather today, so big up to DJ. But he'll be back. So yes, he will be getting well soon. He'll be recovering and he'll be back at the weekend. But Flex will be joining me very shortly, by the way, as well. So unless, I mean, you never know with Flex. Maybe he has been trying to join for the last 20 or 25 minutes, because this is the same man who sometimes he'll come into these like StreamYard rooms and then go, and then he'll go, I was sat in the wrong room for like 25 minutes. I was just sitting there. I was wondering where people were. Or like this morning, he'll go, I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. No, what's going on? What's going on? So he will be here at some point, but you never know with Fleck. I mean, the Flecknology, he likes to say it's not a thing, but hey, you guys have seen it. Flecknology is unfortunately very, very real. Especially as well when we did the preview, when we were recording the preview, I said to him the other day, I went, can you just make yourself a little bit bigger so we kind of match up a little bit on the preview? And he went, no problem, and just made himself bigger. And he was like, there you go. I felt like a proud father. I really did. I felt like a proud father. I was like, look at you, you're growing, you're evolving, you're becoming more technical, you're becoming, you're improving yourself, your skills. And then this morning it all went to shit, didn't it? Yeah. This is the other thing. I've been wanting to bring this up, actually, but we didn't have the opportunity because we weren't on many shows together last week. I saw that Flex Space when I was off one of the mornings last week because obviously I did WrestleMania the night before, so I was sleeping. That Flex just came on here and spoiled it for everyone. Like, first thing he said, he was like, I won't even spoil it now, just in case. But he was like, Owen's not here this morning. He was up watching late WrestleMania because this happens. Spoiler alert, this happens. And then lots of people in the chat went, you can't just say spoiler alert and then say it. You can't just because you've said spoiler alert 2 seconds before, you say the spoiler. You go, I said spoiler alert. You got to give someone a bit more time then than that. What I've got you for Christmas this year is, spoiler alert, you go, well, I've got give me time to leave. Don't just say it. Don't just do that. Could you imagine just coming out of the cinema to watch after Empire Strikes Back in the 80s, going, guys, spoiler alert, Vader's Luke's dad. And they go, what? You go, well, I said spoiler. I said spoiler alert. So that's on you. You had the chance to, I don't know, rip your ears off. Maybe in the short amount of time to get away, because it could be possible to get away. You had the time to teleport away, maybe. Those are the kind of spoilers I like. Press resistant. Yes, spoiler, we're getting Champions League. Yeah, and what we need to do, I've said this to Flex, whether or not this actually happens, I don't know. So I'm not going to overpromise, because this isn't my department. Yeah. This is more of a Just Josh Media Graphics Guru Visual Ninja kind of thing. But what I want is, the moment that the Champions League is mathematically confirmed, I think we should have an updated version of the United View Champions League intro, which, of course, we've only been able to play for one season. And I would never play it now because we're not even confirmed. And it's also out of date as well, because some of the teams that it references and stuff like that, there's a whole like, where's Liverpool? Not there. They might be there. I think it says, where's Chelsea? Where's Spurs? Not there, which is accurate this season. So, but Liverpool are going to qualify for the Champions League most likely, which is a bit shit. So we're going to have to get a new one. We're going to have to get a new one. And and that's going to have to be updated as well. We're going to get a load of updated stuff in the summer. Of course, when it comes to the preseason tour, we'll have the specialized intros. That's one of my favorite things for the preseason tour, is the specialized intros for all of the different cities. I'm an advocate for as many different special intros as possible, but at the same time, Josh needs to sleep and sometimes actually breathe. Can't ask her to have a special intro for every single thing, but I love that. I love it when it's the preseason tour, get the different intros. The transfer view, get a different intro. When it's the Europe, for Champions League or Europa League, get a different intro, which, depending on the result, either hits really hard or is like the most fucking annoying intro you've ever heard in your life. Like when you're like shitting the bed in the Europa League, and then you have to hear the Europa League theme song, it is not a pleasant listen. It is not a pleasant listen. If when you just got out of the Europa League to Sevilla, one of the worst performances, and then you hear the Europa League. Like, oh my God, just fucking video. You never want to hear it again. I never want to hear that again, ever. So, and we won't be hearing it, hopefully, next season. We'll be hearing the Champions League theme, the UV Champions League theme. Again, we've only been able to play once. And even then, to be honest, we did not get a lot of joy out of that Champions League theme, did we? Because that Champions League campaign was horrific as well. Having KG going, where's Chelsea? Where's Spurs? Not there. And then we just have to go, Manchester United 4. No, it was Bayern Munich 4, Man United 3. Onana's done it again. FC Copenhagen 4, Man United 3. Onana's done it again. Galatasaray, probably like 4-3. You've done it again. You want to talk about how, like they say how music or sound rather and smell is attached to memory. And if you hear a certain song, it takes you back immediately to that time and place, and you feel those emotions and you feel those feelings that you had at that time. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with that Champions League one. If I say it, I just sort of get Onana chill at the same time, and I just can't get back there. And I'm even trying to psych myself up for that, to be honest, in the summer. Because make no mistake, there's going to be a moment where Andre Onana is back. They keep saying, or he keeps saying, doesn't he? Well, I want to come back. I want to fight for my place. There's no place to fight for, pal. There's nothing there. I've got lemons on the screen, mate. But let's break down it from 20. God, I fucking hate these things. Oh. We're down from 20. And I can chalk this up at this point to nerves. We're 8 likes away from 400 likes. If you haven't already, I did just get a message from Fleck. And he said, restarting PC, headphones still fucked. So we're experiencing, Fleck is experiencing, oh God, I hate these sweets so bad. They make your mouth. Flex is experiencing some Flecknology. I'll play the the button for the song, innit?
He regrets what he has said. Lemon flames upon his tongue spread. Oh, and sorry. Oh, and sorry. Can't speak up anymore. Lemon sweets have sealed his fate. Now his mouth won't cooperate.
So honestly, I have to crunch them, just get them out of the way. Otherwise, it's just too much. Oh, ridiculous. Yes, Flecknology. I can barely talk. Flecknology, yeah. Like I said before, flex with technology is like watching Anthony use his right foot. It's brutal. The prof says, Owen, make them into a smoothie. But that would be a way of consuming a lot very quickly, but that could probably be dangerous. That could probably be super dangerous. Amanor said, Owen said to Flex, make yourself bigger. #pause. Amanor, I would usually I'd say, Amanor, go have a lay down, but considering how you call into the full-time viewer, you probably already are laid down, because for some reason that's how you view a lot of these matches is horizontal for some reason. Just always a bit. And actually, earlier he was saying, Owen, where's Marcel? Look at his name. Amanor Marcel's lawyer. You don't even know where your client is. What kind of lawyer are you, Amanor? And you got your client as the picture. Amanor is a different guy. Different kind of guy. Is Amanor. Let's bring in Jurgen Fleck. Let's see what he has to say. Let's see if he can hear me. Actually, let's fingers crossed. Fleck, are you there?
I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Good.
Crisp.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
In 8K sound.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're having some concerns for a second, will you?
Yeah, it was just doing the same thing it was doing earlier. So a good old-fashioned proper restart. You know what I mean? Get all the gremlins out of the system vibe.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I'm back
Nice.
in. I'm back in.
Good.
Yes.
Yes, how are you feeling about the team selection? I mean, kind of picks itself, doesn't it? I suppose when you hear that Cunha is out. So hip flexor, ironically enough, as Carrick says. But they did hope he was going to be back for this one. Maybe he'll be back for the Liverpool game at the weekend. But then that kind of means that team then really picks itself, doesn't it, after that?
Yeah, big up everyone. Good evening. Good vibes. And yeah, we started to big up to what's his name again? The other guy called this early with the Cunha thing.
I think it was Zane. Was it Zane?
Zane, that's it. Yeah. I mean, he's just not that you want it to be right, but he's called something. So he's new, and that's it. So that's a bit of a legitimate check in his account. But like we were worrying, and then Sully came through a little bit later on as well, confirmed some other stuff. So once Cunha's going to be out, it was about who you're going to put out there. Some people were saying maybe a Mason Mount job. Amada and Bouma, I was touching on earlier, haven't looked too comfortable out on that left-hand side. And I remember that game against West Ham where I was like, they were against, what's his name? Diouf, El Hadji Diouf, the left back. And Wan-Bissaka that day, who were very good 1v1, athletic, physical. And, Ahmad, if he's out on the left, like it says there, he's against Coyote, who's very, very physical. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like. and Bumo against Keane Lewis Potter, who, listen, he's a good little player, man. He's physical, he's quick, decent little player. So, got to find a way. The rest of the team, like you say, picks itself. Once you make that change there, the rest of the team follows suit. Good for Aiden Heaven to carry on because Yoro is back on the bench. Great for Dorgu to be back on the bench. So it gives us a few options there. Not that you're looking to bring Lenny Yoro on. Hopefully he doesn't have to come on. But Dorgu, hopefully, if he's fit enough to go on the bench, hopefully he can play some part of the game. This is still a dangerous team. You know what I mean? They played all the players that you thought they would play. That front three, man, I'm telling you, well, including what's the name, Damsgaard in the 10. Like, bro, they can play. Sharda's quick. Atara's very quick. Like you said, Owen, transition. So we gotta be we gotta be on this, man. We gotta be on this.
Yeah. And when you look at the table as well, of course, if we win today, 11 points clear of the teams outside of those Champions League spots, but also critically, we move 3 points ahead of Liverpool and we play them at the weekend. And not to say you need that cushion because you're going to lose the game, but you need the cushion because you just never know what could happen. That game at the weekend could be a draw, or you never know. There could be a bit of referee. But because you've got that extra cushion, we're still in that position where we don't have to go, bloody hell, we screwed up at the end of the season. Liverpool finished above us.
Exactly.
We can still control all of that. And but at the same time, we can't do what we did against Leeds, which is we overlooked that game of thinking too close to the Chelsea game of like, we need to win those games where, no, you need to beat who's in front of you.
The one in front of you, And you know what I mean? And like, they're a stern, Van der Berg, I forgot about him at centre-back, like Keller, like, these are a good outfit, man. These are a good outfit. I wouldn't let the results that have happened recently make us forget that. So the results for them, you know what I mean? And definitely the result at home against Leeds should make us not forget. So we got to show up, man. Just because Cunha's out, there's no excuses. That Leeds game, we had Cobby out and Maguire out, and we were like, no excuses. You still got to go and perform. And actually, what I'm looking for here, which maybe is looking for too much, I don't know. These slow starts, man. I was just about to say the slow start. Chelsea, you know what I mean? Chelsea was the same thing. Let's be honest. Enzo Fernandez was close in the early on. Esteval cut in early on. They were on us, and it took us a while to get going. Same Leeds. It took us until Martinez got sent off to get going. So that just can't happen. We have to start proving that ain't a thing. Do you know what I mean? Even though we know it is. Like you have to change that.
Exactly, and obviously, we saw it in the Chelsea game where, away from home, and you got the defensive problems that we had. You can kind of excuse a bit of a smash and grab, that kind of sort of shithouse performance, but at home against Brentford, you can't really do that. Sit back and we've got some absences. No, you are expected to kind of, I say, dominate the game, but you're expected to show a bit of something. Puff out your chest a bit, your Man United, and show the difference in quality between the two sides. That's what you're meant to do in these kind of fixtures. But ultimately, above all else, at this stage of the season, as we know, it is just about getting those results, right? The one thing we cannot have tonight is another home slip-up. Certainly not.
Do you think we'll start all right, in control, do a couple of chances, corner, or do you think it will be, fucking hell, mate, Brentford has started well here, we've been hit. Do you think it will be more of the same, if we're being honest, or
I hope
is this
I'm
the
wrong,
night?
Right?
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong, but I said this a couple of weeks ago, and I still say the same, is I don't, because this kind of goes back to the whole performance result thing, is I'm not, for the chatter about, like, I'm really hoping to see a performance or these high performances, I'm a bit like, I'm not sure that they're going to come between now and the end of the season, I just feel like it's just going to, it's so at the moment, for a lot of teams, it is just, because it is so like, just win the game, make sure you get Champions League next season. Even Pep said it in one of his press conferences recently, where he was like, people ask me about the pressure of going to the title. He went, I'm just happy I'm in the Champions League. Last season, that was a big question mark around us. And like a lot of clubs can't survive without it. So like, I just need to, you know what I mean? That's the most important thing. So I'm sure a lot of the pressure that Carrick and others, like when everything's going to shit for Arne Slot this season, I'm sure the number one message he was getting from those Liverpool people above him was just make sure you get in Champions League, because financially we can't really afford that, So I'm sure it's kind of the same for those with Carrick. Like, you brought in just to get Champions League, hopefully you get it looking good, but make sure you get it as well.
Yeah,
that's what you're coming to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
make sure
exactly.
Yeah, and Boomer against his old team, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he went there earlier in the season, back home, we didn't have a great game, and we obviously got smoked as well. So it was a Brian, what's the score? Brian, what's the score vibe? I was there. It was awful.
Yeah.
So Brentford are that team for us. We just, I remember that Scott McTominay last minute winner. I was in the stadium for that a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah.
Last season, I can't even remember what happened against Brentford, but it's just a tough game. It's always a tough game, man.
I remember us playing Brentford away right towards the end of last season. I remember that. I was around a similar time.
Oh, we lost 4-3.
Yeah, we lost 4-3. I remember that.
Ahmad, Ganacho.
Yeah.
They're a good team, man. They're a good team.
Yeah, and like our record's not great.
It's not great.
Against Brentford.
Them Brentford, Bournemouth, Brighton, the 3 breeze. Yeah. Bro. I don't know what it is.
You've been to some horror show Brentford United games as well. You went the day of Eric's second game as well. That was nasty. That
one was the one where I thought, oh my God, he's not going to last 3 games. I thought, like, honestly.
Yeah.
What was that, 4-0? That was in the boy kept kit. So there you go.
Yeah. We're off.
They didn't just hoof it. It just went straight forward.
Yeah, well, that's a big point of contention at the moment, isn't it? The whole, taking the kick off and just kicking it straight to the corners and get the commentators going, oh, the game's gone.
Yeah. But yeah, they won't be scared to play.
Well, now they're hoofing it.
They won't be scared to play. Yeah.
Deal with that.
Yeah. Deal with that. Yeah, good. Yeah, I just want to see a decent start, man.
No.
At Dana 2582 super chatted £10. Hi UV, I haven't been able to watch any streams live for a while as I have been moving house. Just want to say keep up the great work, hoping we win tonight so can get Champions League done. GGMU.
Big up to Dan.
Big up, Dan. Big up to you.
Chat, yes. Yeah, yellows and above get read out straight away, which is good during the game because we will probably miss them.
Yes. Big up to you, man. Big up, Dan.
Keep it going, Dallo. I'd love an early goal. Jeez, Dallo. Yeah, honestly, this guy.
Owen, I'd rather get him out the way early.
This guy, honestly.
I'd rather get him out the way
week. Pooja says new shirt sponsor. No, this is just one of those times. I forget the amount of time, but clubs in the Prem can change their front shirt sponsor a couple of times in the season to charitable causes. So this is when United have done it. They did it with the red last year.
Yeah. Good turn, Cobby. Right.
Let's go, Cobby. Change pace.
Oh!
He keeps going. Finish!
Oh! Oh, no, Ahmad, how did you miss? Cobby, you done everything. Fucking hell, Ahmad. Cobby. I think he does
that's
the right
magic.
Passing, though. Gary's saying he should have finished it himself. Fucking hell. Ahmad,
he's saying
for a corner.
He's saying he should have finished it for Cobby. Like, he's done so good.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought... Oh,
it's
that's
blocked.
just unlucky.
It's blocked. Blocked, yeah. Yeah, it's unlucky.
No, I mean, that's just unlucky.
It's nestling bottom corner, isn't it? But not bottom corner.
Oh, man. What a goal that would have been. Cobby Mainoo.
Brilliant.
Fucking brilliant.
And to be fair to Ahmad, I was ready to go in. But actually, you can see why he's pissed off because he's like, I'll put it in the corner. I literally put it in the corner.
Yeah, no, he's done everything right. They all have there, to be fair.
Yeah.
They all have. It's just good defending.
That's brilliant by Cobby, though. That's where he's at his best. When the ball stuck to his feet, that kind of he starts slaloming around.
100%. Come on, big head. Oh, it's a poor corner. Fucking hell. Said Harry Maguire.
Keep it alive. Oof.
Oh, they want handball for that. Go on, Luke Shaw.
Well, there goes.
Right.
That's a bit of something as a start. You know what I mean?
Don't mind that. Don't mind that. Look how he takes the ball, man. Look, get off me. Damsgaard, get off. Look at that. Fucking hell. See you later, Collins.
But the question is, Flex, what does he do? What does Cobby Mainoo do?
Yeah. Honestly, so good. Look at this touch here. This one. Whoops.
Yeah. And again, fair play to Ahmad because there's nothing. So he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean?
And Coyote's got the other. Yeah, Coyote's got the other one there as well. Win that, Cobby. Well done. Kobe started really well. Good pressure. Good pressure.
There you go. Good start.
Good.
Good start.
Good start.
Yeah. That's what
Where
I
we
want.
asked, could we see a quick start? Could we see us? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now it's
5
looking
minutes
like
in. We should be
Yeah.
1-0 up. You know, they've blocked it off the line.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Big H or Casemiro? Casemiro, you got 3 home games left, brother, including tonight.
Yeah. Make
So,
it count.
you know what I mean? Couple more Casemiro headers, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Cass
Come on,
special.
bro.
Bruno assist.
Let's go. Oh, okay.
There's a boom over the corner. There you go.
Yeah. Easy, Dada. Good. Finally
in.
across.
Oh.
Come on, Bruno. Another assist. Oh. Whoops.
Oh.
Ah. Yeah, he sold him short a little bit. Well done. Keep the attack going. It's a good start. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nah, this is where we've got to be careful. This is what they do. This is what they do.
Fouled him.
Yeah, be a booking. Well. Be a booking.
Fuck's sake, man. Silly. 5 minutes in. One counter attack. Getting booked already.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I mean,
Sharda, mate. This is what these are. You said it on counter attack, bro.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where maybe you can get away with it because it's 5 minutes into the game, but it's a yellow card. It's cynical yellow.
Yellow card all day, innit? Stopping an attack.
Careful.
Yeah. Get out to him. Get out to him.
But like I said, that's what you got to be careful with Brentford for, though. On that transition,
100%. Look at back post. Look at back post.
It's not a bad ball, actually.
Oh,
you left it.
Fucking, I thought.
Yeah.
I thought the way the ball would look like it was moving, looked like he kept it in.
Yeah.
Don't switch off, boys. Keep the intensity, man. We're never 100% like completely, utterly like in control. Like we're good.
Oh,
that was all right. That was all right. Well done.
I was not expecting him to go back in. I thought he was gonna. I thought it was a turn back out.
But to be fair, the player blocked that. To be fair, to Bobby, which shows how comfortable he is.
What does he do, though, Fleck? Well, it gives the ball away.
And that was actually a bad giveaway. That, but it wins it
Yeah,
back.
It was a bad one. Now you got to be careful.
Well done, Kobe. What does he do?
Cover. That's what you like to see. What does he do exactly?
Some
Good ball. First time. That's
is.
Excellent. Got a bit of luck. Keep it going.
Have another go.
Get it across. Get it across. Get it across. Ah.
Umo, he just was never really in control of it. I just need him to be a bit cleaner. I need him to be a bit cleaner. Who did that first time? I was going to say, had to be Bruno. Had to be Bruno. Look at this. He sees it. Joke.
That's brilliant. That's a fucking great pass.
Even that first one, he's got to cut in. Like he's not going to be able to get that ball to Sesko from there.
There you go. Ball in. It's a good one.
Yeah! Oh!
Has it not got in?
It hasn't. The ref saying no. Bruno nearly got another assist.
Should be 2-0 up. I don't want to discuss this. We don't start well. We should be 2-0 up.
No, we should be. Damn. Oh, we need that first goal.
Kelleher's a good goalkeeper as well.
He is a good goalkeeper. Oh, man. Come on, boys. We just need that first goal. We don't want it to turn into one of them. Oh, we just haven't scored yet. You know what I mean? No.
We've done what was asked of, I want to see a fast start. I want to see aggression.
Fucking hell. Kobe. Fucking hell. Jesus, Kobe. Fucking...
Confident, mate. Confident,
yeah.
Mate.
Give it first time. Oh, we can't get there. Well done, Aiden.
Fucking hell. He did Spinaroonie.
Honestly, we started well there, but look at Coyote back post again. Get back, Ahmad. Well done.
Well done.
Kobe. Oh, I don't think you have to... Oh, it's actually...
What's your touch? Oh,
that's actually a good pass.
Still got it.
Oh, Ahmad just had to look after it. It's the final action. Kobe started like a house on fire. He's so confident.
He has.
The way he's taking the ball under pressure is crazy. But
only thing missing, cliche
final
is the
action,
goal, isn't it?
Man. Yeah, bro.
But I am happy with the sense that it's not as if we haven't created. We have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like a fast start where you go, well, yeah, we haven't created anything. It's 10 minutes in. We should have two goals at the moment.
Yeah.
And I want to see that replay, see how close it was over the line.
Mm.
Because he sort of dives
Yeah, it must have been
backwards.
close.
You have to do a bit of like a scoop.
Yeah.
So
Oh
just wanna make
man,
it count
just
now.
want us to be 1-0 up, but yeah, it just deserved to be.
Yeah.
Just deserved to be. But got to keep doing the same thing. Red
Brad
Baron.
Barron says this is Flex's fault for being too humble.
What, starting fast?
Too humble,
Or
mate.
the fact that we haven't scored. It's my fault.
I'm sure somehow, somewhere it's your fault. Just
Yeah.
don't overcomplicate it.
Oh,
Go on,
Bruno.
you got the pace, you got him.
Fucking
You
hell.
got him. Now, have you got support? Where are you going to go?
Oh no, he's done the right thing. It's just good defending.
Yeah, I think that-
Bruno, mate.
I think that's
Bruno's
what to
taking
do.
a piss as well, by the way.
I
Fucking
just,
hell, mate.
honestly, he's
Oh.
unbelievable. When he's
He is.
here you go. What a header.
Oh, what a save. Oh, fuck.
And I tell you what, that's a bullet header as well from
Yeah,
Maguire.
it is. It's a good save,
Oh,
man.
look
It's
at
an
this.
excellent save. What a header. Oh,
That is
what
a great
save.
header. See, that's the, you know, when we signed Maguire back in like 2018 or 2019, whatever it was, and it was like, oh, he's going to be doing this from every quarter. And then he didn't for ages. And it was like,
Yeah.
why not?
Exactly.
That's what he can do.
That's what it's for, bro. Exactly that.
Here we go. Go again. Go again.
Come on.
Ball in. Back post. Maguire's. Keep it alive.
Yes, Casemiro!
Yes, there it is. You called it for
Cass!
Yeah.
Uncle
It
Cass,
had to
give
be
me
him.
another one.
Give
me
had to
another
be him.
one. Come
Had
on.
to be him. Like I
Yes.
said, of course it's him. Of course it's
it is.
Casemiro.
Harry Maguire with the assist, heads it back where it came from. Uncle Cass on the farewell tour. This guy, one more year, Cass. One more year. I'm not ready to say goodbye. I want more. You've left
Look
us
at him
hanging.
kissing
We
the
want
badge.
more. He's kissing the badge. Nah, sign him up. Give him another year. He loves us. He loves us, and we love him. I've seen enough. Yeah,
I
well
mean,
offside. I've
yeah,
seen
well
enough,
offside.
Owen. We need
This
to
sums
talk
up
to him.
Casemiro. This sums up Casemiro, right? We started brilliantly. Best sort of first 11 minutes we've had in a long time, yeah? But we're looking, who can get it over the line? Who's the one that can actually get it over the line? Who's the one that actually can do it? Who's the one that's actually cold? It's Casemiro, isn't it? Of course it's Casemiro. Of course it's Casemiro. That's what he does. Score headers, score from set pieces.
He just
And it's like Gary Neville was sort of saying, it's like a really strange finish, isn't it, as well? It's actually quite difficult. He's just got to guide it,
Yeah.
ask Kelleher a question.
And you say it's quite difficult. For Casemiro, it's not, bro. His ninth
No.
Premier League goal this season, and I would probably say 7 of them have been headers off the top of my head. Like what I
That's
did there.
exactly
But, yeah.
what we needed as well. Exactly
yeah.
what we needed.
And we
We've
got what
started
we deserved.
so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've started so well. And could be 3-0 up, frankly. But of course it's Casemiro to get it over the line when we're pushing, because that's what he's done all season. All season.
Yeah, he has.
Brilliant start by Unitas. What we like to see.
Yeah. Right, let's keep it up. That's the challenge. That's the
Yeah.
challenge. Well done, Dallo. I like that. Okay, let's get back up. Let's keep up this pressure. Keep
tell you what.
Brentford under
Hey,
the
Flex,
cosh.
Flex.
Yo.
Flex. Is there like a real Casemiro conversation to be had, or are we going a bit crazy here?
Bro, I'm saying, like, if you can get the wages down, if you
And
got
I-
the wages
and
all the
Chat-
way down, I would definitely keep him. I don't even think that's
And
a crazy take.
chat just the same thing here. I'm not saying on current terms or anything like that, but is there a real conversation to be had about Cass? Of just like, is there a like question you go to Cass and you just go,
Humble.
and you say to Cass, you know, do we have a conversation? Do we have a talk? Do we have a talk?
I'm saying, listen, you speak to Mrs. Casemiro, all right? You say the kids love it here. You say, listen, you got a bundle. You got money's not money's not a problem. Money's
Yeah.
not a problem, right?
Yeah.
You're kissing the badge, bro. You love it.
I was
here.
going to say, I
Yeah?
saw you kissing that badge.
You're kissing the badge. The fans love you. You don't have to play every game. You don't have to play. We're not asking you to be the main guy still. You don't have to be that guy. But there's a lot you can give us in another form of transition season. If we can just get to something financially that is viable for us, bro. Are you interested? I know I'm asking you. Oh, I know I'm asking you to do like the same job, but for half the money. Well, I'm not asking you to do the same job. I'm not asking you to start every single game. I'm asking you to be part of the squad and lean on your experience. I'm reducing your role, bro. I mean, I'll play you half the time. It's fine. I'll give you half the money for half the appearances or half the starts. You know?
I don't know.
But anyway, we've got a job to do here. But I just, if they said they're going to renegotiate like Harry Maguire and bring the money down, we wouldn't be mad. We wouldn't be mad.
No, but I suppose
it's in the goal. Oh, carefully. Hold on.
Careful. Look at this. Look at this.
Mental. He's pushed his own player in there.
Flying. Yeah, he's got players flying around all over the place.
This looks like one of them. Look at Bruno straight in there already.
Well, there you go. You can put. There's a poll. You can put 1, 2, 3. Either for should United have the Casemiro conversation. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for I don't know.
It's just a convo, isn't it?
Got to deal with this corner. It's just a conversation. I mean, just a conversation.
Ref, this is ridiculous.
This is Arsenal level. After all that, don't even beat the first man.
Oh,
that's a bit of a swing.
Go on. Oh, lucky. Can we nick it? Can we nick it? Oh, no. Oh, Luke Shaw. Fucking hell. Is it offside?
There was that one pass, isn't it? Literally one pass. Look, suddenly they're just all on. Yeah, look. Boom. They're there.
No one's offside.
I tell you what, by Damsgaard, that is a brilliant ball. Oh, it's not Damsgaard, it's Lewis Potter. Yeah. What a ball that is.
Luke Shaw, no one touched it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know how Luke Shaw goes with that foot as well. It's already going that way. Like Luke Shaw just misses it. That puts Thiago off. He should score. That's a let off.
Yeah.
And just like that. You know what I mean? Just like that.
Yeah. Because like you said, initially you go, well done, Shaw. But actually, the more you look at it, you go, sure, you've actually got away with one there because
he's got away with one because he's missed it. Yeah. But it's enough to put Thiago.
Put him off. Yeah.
Did well there. It's enough to put him off, but fucking hell. There you go, man. It's the Premier League. You don't get anything easy. Oh, because you not nodded that down to Bruno.
Put some pressure on. Oh.
Too easy. Harry's high. Fucking hell, he doesn't want to be there. Yeah, he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be there.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
No. Oh,
how has he got that through?
Oh, my days. He saved it. Fuck me, man. I'll tell you what, it's open as anything now because they've had 2 chances where they should have scored.
Look at this. That's a couple of times. How has he pulled off that pass? He's in. I guess 2 times they've just done that reverse. Look, reverse pass and they're in.
Yeah.
Comes out, spreads himself, Lomans. Yeah,
good save. Fuck me, mate. I tell you what, at the warnings, just not in control, not in complete control, innit?
That's 2 times they've literally just done reverse pass. Boom, they're suddenly in behind.
Yeah, cocky flex scares me. They're saying let's go back to let's just concentrate. We were talking about Cass. We weren't saying this is an easy game. We're going to win 4-0. We were just talking about Casemiro, but yeah, this is I mean, Brentford are not rubbish, bro. They're a good team.
Exactly. That's just what I was about to say. This is why they're 7th and they've been drawing games. Whoa! Oh,
fucking hell, mate.
Danger.
Brentford has settled down now.
Yeah.
Well done, boys. Come on.
I mean, to be honest, we could, because we're trying to hit them on like the break. We could maybe do with maybe slowing the tempo down a smidge because this is end-to-end stuff here. Oh, through the legs.
Well played. Oh, fuck's sake. Look, this is too open. This is actually too open.
I feel like we need to slow it down a little bit.
It's like a fucking basketball game.
Yeah, it's getting too end-to-end.
This is a gamble because you're basically saying, all right, let's have a shootout and let's see who comes out on top. And it's entertaining for a neutral, but it's not a sustainable way of playing tonight.
At some point in the half, you need to manage it a bit better, don't you?
Yeah, like we are winning.
Yeah. Yeah, like, get your foot on the ball.
Yeah, just calm down a little bit. It's too open. Look, we're late. Anyone want to go to him?
Yeah, we're just letting
him do that.
Maybe again, because maybe we're waiting for a counter-attack. Maybe we're end-to-end. It looks like that's what we're doing. Look.
Here again, look.
We're doing end-to-end transition stuff. That's what we're doing. It looks like basically Carrick's way of sort of combating their transition is just go, like, let's just transition ourselves. Let's just do it ourselves. We'll just go end-to-end.
I don't. This game, it doesn't need to be like this. I think we need to
there you
do
go.
this.
Do a bit of this. Bit of this.
Calm it
Yeah.
down, man.
A couple of minutes. Just
Yeah,
slow it down a bit.
What touch?
Win a foul. No,
Oh, Bruno. No,
why?
Bruno.
Oh,
The gaps. There's just so many gaps everywhere. There's so much space everywhere. Fucking hell. Nah, this is not comfortable. I like the fact we've got an attacking threat, but I think it's by design, like you said, because both teams are just open.
yeah. I think they've both just decided to counter each other,
Yeah.
which is why
No, he's gone. Fucking hell! I just seen him running there. Fucking hell! He's just ran off him there. You just saw Lewis Potter lose the ball, give it to him, and then just run into that gap. So easy. Look at this. Look, he gives that. And Bruno's sleeping, bro. Fucking hell.
Right-hand side is getting a bit of a concern, isn't it? Because they're getting a lot of fun down that right-hand side.
Look at that.
There you go. Look, since the goal.
Scored.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've calmed down, mate. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. And these
Now
gaps in these
Look how much
areas,
space he's got on
big.
the ball.
That's a lot. That's way too much. Well done.
No. I don't know why they're giving Damsgaard so much space.
If it's not on copy, just hold it. Go back.
Yeah.
Take some sting out of it. Red Bear on the super chat says this result depends on Flex's mood. Flex determines the result
right
like
now
the weather.
is annoyed.
he's like a result mood ring.
Well played.
Oof, even that one, Cass. Oof.
Yeah, done well.
There you go. That's better.
Right, Sesko, get active.
You're looking for him, but it was not good, Bruno.
Honestly, man, it's defensively, it's been way too open. Way too open.
What, 21 minutes?
Yeah. I mean, you can't
minutes.
accuse it of being boring or, you know what I mean?
No.
It hasn't been us just on the back foot getting battered, but like the stat just says, since we've scored, Brentford have stepped it up.
Like, that's too easy.
There's just so much space everywhere.
Yeah.
Looks like they're playing with more players. There's just so many gaps everywhere. Like, get it.
We saw.
I don't know why we can't be more
kind of was my only concern about the fast start. You have to be really careful you don't sort of punch yourself out a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if we have, but like you said, we've scored, and now just suddenly all these gaps have opened up. Look, it's really easy for them to play.
Late. We're just late. Look at Yama. Look there. Look, half turn, comfy. Look, everything's comfy.
But again, maybe that's because we are actually somehow playing on the break, which I never thought we would do at home against Brentford.
No.
Which is a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. And that
it is a dangerous game, and this is a bit of a dangerous period where it feels like it could go either way in this period. We could either be 2-0 up and cruising, or we can get pegged back. Do you know what I mean?
There is Sir Alex.
Yes, the gas was there.
On a Monday. How many Monday evening games we've had?
You know. Saw that we've had more this year than we've had in the last 6 years or something. The last 6 seasons. Yeah, just
take the sting out of it a little bit.
But you know, the last couple of times we tried to calm it down, we have to just give it away. Like, hasn't even been for the better, but good ball.
There you go. Space turn.
Played.
Where's your support? Where's your options? There are a lot of blue shirts there.
Yeah, there's way more blue shirts than red. Just wait. Set the attack up. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ. He's so anxious for a goal, isn't it, Ahmad?
Yeah.
I think.
But even that's a bit better, you know what I mean? Get the ball, hold it a bit.
Yeah, wait.
But I mean, in terms of a shot, this is...
Yeah, you got to pass it there.
God,
fucking awful.
That's a stinker.
I'm surprised Bruno didn't cuss him out. He's actually doing, you know what I mean?
I'm so glad we got that goal, though, because, I mean, maybe we dropped off a little bit because of the goal, but maybe we dropped off just because of sort of a bit of tiredness. Either way, we needed it. We needed that goal to cement that bit of the start that we had. But as we always say with United during a game, we need another. We need another.
Yeah.
We need another one. There you go.
Played. Yeah, because if we were watching this now at 0-0, oh my God.
You would never. Oh.
He took a touch on the shot. You know. Because if we were watching this now, this open at 0-0,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
concerned.
Because we're worried now that we feel like we're going to
Yeah.
concede. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Need that. Okay, get a second or just have the game settle down a little bit. Because also as well, no, this is what worries me again. It's these gaps.
Oh, what
pass that is. That is outrageous technique.
Damsgaard, mate. He's wicked.
He's good.
Look, he's in that little pocket again. He's tighter there,
yeah.
Fucking hell, he's pulling strings, mate.
Yeah, he is pulling strings.
He's pulling strings, Damsgaard is. This is I don't
get out to him, get out. You're not being like Oh
my god.
There. Like, see that pass where Damsgaard just sort of slices it across. That was a brilliant pass. That is technique. And like I said, he is pulling strings in that little
pulling strings, man. Like a lot of their midfield players are just getting so much space and time on the ball to just play at their own pace. I don't get it.
Do you know Damsgaard is good as well? He doesn't look like a footballer. He doesn't look like he should be a footballer at all. And then when you see him play, he's actually pretty good.
Yeah, he's one of them guys. He used to play like that. You know, Saturday League, Sunday League. You go, that number 6. I love him. He's dead.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, as soon as the whistle goes, you go, fuck, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks a bit small. I'll be able to get some strength on him. And then next thing you know, pulling strings.
That's a great ball by Dallo, that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's starting to rush it a bit.
Yeah.
Cobby's feeling that ball sticking to his feet, isn't he? He's really.
Yeah. Coyote, bro. Coyote, solid, mate. Not many people are going to do him for strength, that's for sure.
You're right, though. You can feel it with Ahmad. Last couple of times he's gone forward, he's not snatching stuff, but he's a bit anxious, yeah. He's a bit, I think that first clearance off the line, maybe he's weighing on him a little bit, going, I should have had a goal by now.
Yeah, exactly. I think what we just did there, I just think Sesko just went to the keeper there to just get it played round him and drop back in. He didn't need to go. The keeper has to kick it. Just sit in. It's too.
I don't like that. Like that kind of forward pass.
That's too easy, bro.
Yeah, that kind of forward pass between the lines.
Easy again. Half turn. You
can't
turn.
have that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too easy. Like, we are playing 4-4-2 in the mid block, but we're not compact enough. Which, to be fair to Brentford, they are stretching the pitch. Look how high Coyote's gone. Look how keen Lewis Potter is. So they help. Gary Neville literally just saying it in comms now. Tuck back in narrow. It's too much space.
Careful again.
Yep.
Mad Cobra says, let's be honest. Ahmad has been horrible all year. Sal, I think you have to go down the Sal route straight away that quickly. But I think there is some pressure on him. There'll be expectation. Inbound again.
Oh, he's chipped it over him, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, how many bites do you want?
Cass was going to say, he's done you there, mate.
Lewis Potts taking a piss as well, mate. He's having a good game too.
Yeah.
All the players that we said before the game. All the players.
Yeah.
Look, he's just chipped it over him. You see him coming a mile off.
Down that right-hand side again.
Megs.
I'll tell you what, that Dallo and Mbumo, Maguire, they're on a bit of a tough time on that side.
Yeah, they are. Fucking, yeah, it's not been good, man. Literally, all the players that we said with Brentford, this guy's good, he's good. It's turning into a bit of a hard watch, actually, because we're not playing well here. It's just too open.
Well, it's been a tough 7 minutes, isn't it? We scored on the 20.
Yeah. Since they've scored, since we scored, they've been better. They've been better.
Yeah.
Way better.
They've
had
come
2
out
chances.
Pushing much better.
Fucking hell, mate.
It's got to be a push. Yeah.
Well done. Jesus. They're in this moment, Brentford are the better team. We've got to calm down.
Like Show says, Brentford 43% possession. They're not even a possession team. That's what I was saying, Show, that I really did not anticipate that Carrick would just go, counter for counter.
I don't know if he necessarily has, though. I don't know. Maybe the players are just...
I think he did at the start, but now we're not even having the ball.
No, really, I don't think it was at the start. It wasn't a counter at the start. It was just we started really well. We had loads of chances.
It was end to end. It was just end to end. But now it's just them having the ball. Really?
Exactly. It's not a basketball match anymore. It's just we just keep being on the back foot.
Yeah.
And now it feels like if we score, it'll be against the run of play in this moment.
But at the same time, what's the score? It's 1-0.
Yeah. No, don't do that. He wants. Yeah, I was going to say, don't try and get that Ahmad in from there. Yeah, it is, and that is the main thing. But it's just like the minutes are ticking off where we've got to. You can't keep playing like this.
Well, it's also as well, I suppose. It's like we said, we've had these slow starts. It's almost like the slow start portion got shifted. It got shifted 20 minutes, didn't it? You know what I mean? The 20 minutes we were very positive and very quick, very fast. And then the slow start portion's now come back in a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right because actually, if we started like this would be more in line with what we've been seeing.
Yeah. Those kind of slow starts you kind of almost can do when you're 1-0 up. You know what I mean? But this isn't the worst thing for us now, just to keep the ball a bit.
No.
Don't have to force it.
Bruno's done well there. No.
Don't force it.
Oh! Bruno's just a fucking machine at creating chances, isn't it?
And the thing is, Jeff, and this is what's mad, for those things that you mentioned, for those things you mentioned in there about going, it's not pretty watch. We could be 4-0 up.
Oh no,
we could. We've had one off the line. We had the keeper, make a save where it's almost over the line. Ahmad should probably do a bit better. It's not as if we haven't made chances in this first half and done nothing.
What a ball this is by Bruno, by the way. Well done, Sesko. He's offside anyway.
Might be just off, yeah.
Yeah, he's offside. He was off. Tackle. Well done, Casemiro.
There you go. This is good.
Three against 4.
Yeah.
That was the harder one. One, Bruno. This is it's entertaining.
There you go. We're playing all right now.
Yeah.
Create a couple of chances.
Yeah. But for the neutral, you'd say if you tuned in for your Monday night football, at least you're watching something that's, But for us, it's to be involved in it.
Need that second. Yeah. It's still an element of trust with this team going, look, I know you got a clean sheet against Chelsea, but I also know you can see chances. We've seen it in this game.
Look, Cobby's got 2. That's happened so many times.
Too many times. Yeah, too many times that.
Happens almost every time they got the ball.
Yeah.
That guy's just getting the luxury to just do what he wants, bro.
It's fizzed in that kind of gap where the defender don't want to push up, the midfielder don't want to drop deep. And there's just nothing that Cobby can do.
Well, I don't know why. Well, I do know why, actually, because Brentford, you got sometimes when you're under the cosh, you forget there's 2 teams playing. You just think about your own team. Because I'm saying, I don't know why, Cobby was left on an island there. And I'm like, why can't Ahmad and Mbeumo, just come in, tuck in? But actually, they can't because Shada and Atara are really high. And then Coyote and Potter are going to join. It's just good tactics from Brentford that are giving us problems.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because their fullbacks are gone. Their fullbacks are gone.
He got to get out his feet quicker there.
Yeah, Tara wants it again. Fucking hell.
Be careful here. This has been the danger that they're left, our right.
Too much time. Look, everyone's just backing off.
Yeah.
Casemiro, stay on your feet. There, now go man for man in this area here to stop them having these overloads, man. Too easy.
Good pass that as well.
Too easy. Well done, Cobby. Well done, Cobby. Well played. That's good.
This is. I'm telling you, counter-attack transition. This is what we're. He's aborted it. He's gone back. He's gone back. We're looking for it, don't we? We're looking for it.
Yeah. But that was the right move there from Bruno, because there was nothing really on.
No.
Nothing really
but
on.
you can tell that there is this desire of like, right, get the ball at the pitch as little as passes as possible. One touch. See if you can find those gaps.
Yeah. Item Panda with an ironic super chat there. Look at you both discussing Brentford's tactical superiority, LOL, and you want this guy to manage us in the Champions League.
Look at the scoreline.
Well, yeah.
And also, when did we say Brentford were tactically superior? Like you said, Flex, in a football match.
Fucking hell. Both bounced off him.
There you go. He's through.
Oh, he fell over.
The fuck's
he
going on?
Fucking fell over.
How's it not gone in?
Scored. I honestly thought it was 1-1.
I thought it was 1-1.
Yeah. I didn't even bother to get angry. Look at that. Look at the strength from Atara. Damsgaard, look at that. Fucking hell. Good ball.
I tell you what, I mean,
was it Maguire
who just got totally... So someone just gets totally attracted to the ball in the first place and just completely leaves their position. Yeah, he just fell over.
He sees Dallo coming. Even then, look, we're still at 6 and 7. He still nearly scores.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, mate.
Well, in the same way that Brentford would be like, well, we should have had a goal. We could have had at least 3 as well.
Yeah. And by the chances that everyone's missed, the game should be 1-1.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know.
I get what I mean. Like, they've had chances where it could be 4-4. It could be... But, like, how it's been, like, we've just obviously been a bit clinical and taken that one chance. But they've had, like, 3 chances that should have been goals. Fucking hell. It's getting a bit... It's too open. This is too open, bro. We're going to concede if we... Look... Aiden Heaven wasn't watching. Aiden Heaven wasn't watching.
This is the...
Oh, wow, Aiden Heaven, well done. I tell you what, he made one run over Aiden Heaven, but he gets back in really well.
But
he's naive.
He's naive. I feel like he sort of hesitates again, by the way.
He's wrong way. He's the wrong side. But he gets back in. Does well. Yeah, it's where Thiago's not top notch. Obviously, he's the second. Yeah. Got to respect it. He's the second highest scorer in the league, but that's where he lacks.
But we're drifting. We're drifting towards conceding. We're drifting towards 100%. Conceding.
Like Mr. A. Dudley said there, they're battering us at the minute. They are. It's a terrible watch. You're just waiting to go 1-1 as it stands, because we're not stemming the flow of Brentford coming forward. We're not.
Mad Cobra says, be real, Ahmad putting up Garnacho level performance. And once again, this is where I mentioned it in the Chelsea game and in the Leeds game. This is where people will be looking at Carrick going, right, if you can get to halftime 1-0, you've got to probably change something, because it's going one way at the moment. Yeah. It's going one way. What you can't do is this, I'm going to wait till 80 minutes to make a sub. Kind of thing.
Every ball forward, bro. They just make the pitch so wide. Atara all the way chalk on his boots. Sharda's gone in now, but Lewis Potter's behind him, so Dallo's worried. Do you know what I'm saying? Look, they're stretching the pitch so well. Every pass forward into their feet is just met. Damsgaard, look, it's fucking taking the piss. Damn.
By the way, I said about him making the subs at halftime. I don't think he will, though.
No.
He won't make a sub at halftime.
And maybe it's not even about sub. It's just about what a ball.
Ah, what save.
What save. We're getting stuffed at the moment, bro.
Yeah.
We are getting stuffed at the moment. I don't know how he hasn't scored. Senny Lummens, he doesn't know how he hasn't scored. Damsgaard, what a fucking ball.
Should be an own goal, I think. I think it's an own goal. I think it might have been an own goal. It's a hip arm.
Elbow.
Yeah, elbow.
Fucking hell, mate. Would that have been a handball?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, but
we are sleepwalking into conceding here. Item Panda again discussing Brentford's tactical superiority for like the last 20 minutes. Laugh, open your eyes, man. All right, Carrick's rubbish. Get him out. Sack him now.
Oh, but this is what I was saying before. You know what? I was saying before the game, Flex, when I was saying about those looking for like the real total 90 performance. I just don't think we're going to get that. We're not going to get that.
No, but it has been bad. This is bad though.
It has been. Don't get me wrong.
This is bad. It's just way too easy.
Let's get to half time first.
It's way too easy, man. Like, we're hanging on for half time, mate. We've been fucking battered since we scored.
This is my other part of it, yeah, Flex, right? And maybe this will be getting a bit defensive here. What is the point of that? What is the all right? It's not the last 20 minutes. Yeah, we've been fucking battered, right? We're still winning. We're battered. What's the point in now doing this is why Carrot can't get the job. We're not even at half time yet, right? Let's get to the end of the game. Let's get to the end of this half. You know what I mean? Let's get to the end of then before we start, analyzing every 20 minutes and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Let's get to the end of the game.
Yeah, and if by the end of the game you look back at a bad
at the end of the game,
minutes,
it might not look, and it might be, and it might look at the end of the game. It might be this is the whole thing. We might end up losing 4-1. Then we can have a real conversation about it. Absolutely, 100%.
Owen loves being toxic positive.
But this
You're being toxic positive, Owen. You're not calling it as you see it.
This is the problem in a match when we do from 5 minutes to 5 minutes thing. You know what I mean? When we do the 5 minutes to 5 minutes, like 20 minutes ago when we 1-0 up, it's brilliant. This is like Carrick. Look at this. Look at the start we've had. 20 minutes later, things can change in a match. It goes up and down. Like, this is pretty shit at the moment, isn't it? But we might go and score and make it 2-0.
Oh, fuck off, Item Panda!
Like that. Did you just... Is he offside? He's offside. He's offside, Flex.
Item Panda, I'm sorry,
this is the thing. This is the thing.
You.
Owen, you're pissing me off. Look, he might be offside. Look, he's miles off. He's miles offside. But that proves my point there. That proves my point there of like, you know what I mean? I was just like, where's his share? Get rid of him. Go up there and could score. You know what I mean? We go with every 5 minutes. We go crazy with this stuff.
We don't know.
Look at that. 20 minutes. 20 minutes with Brentford. That's why. That could have been 2-0. Well, let's ignore that. It was offside. So he should have scored that, by the way. He should stay onside, Ahmad. That's dreadful. You're looking across the line.
Too anxious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He just wants to score. He finally gets his finish and, Yeah. Ahmad. Give it away then. Okay, now, mate.
And you're right. That should have been a Bruno assist, right?
Yeah, should have. Maguire, I don't know why he did that. Well done, Ahmad.
Good tackle.
Fucking hell, look at this game.
There you go. There you go.
Pick the right option. Pick the right option. Give it to Mbumo, surely.
Finish!
Yes!
2-0.
Another assist from Bruno as well. Get Carrick out. I've had enough.
We're not playing good enough. This is what I'm saying, man. Honestly, it's just fucking ridiculous. Isn't it? It is. Honestly, this is bullshit. It's bullshit all the time. Look at the tactical dominance. 2-0. Bruno, another assist. Where's the negative now? Where is it now? Where is it?
And I tell you what, this is what we always do. We're away like the Red Arrows. Bruno with another
positive,
assist.
Remember?
Toxic positive. Got called that. Look, sits him down. See you later. Great finish. Bruno, another assist. Sesko's 10th goal of the season. He's into double figures. And just like that, yes, Itam Panda, you laugh out loud. You laugh my arse off or whatever that thing's called. You do that. You do that. You laugh.
Why?
You laugh, Itam. You laugh.
Why does no one learn their lesson when it comes to stuff like this, Flex? I don't get it every week.
Get Carrick out my football club. I'm tired of this.
Every week. Every week it's like, I don't, honestly, you know what I mean? And that's not even new with Man United. Plenty of times fucking Fergie stunk up the joint 2-0 up the other end, win the game. Like, I'm telling you, we've got to be Let's all be talking. We're 2-0 up, man. Dave, we're 2-0 up. I hate being winning 2-0.
Do you know what it is? It's like everyone's so scared to like commit to just going forward. It's like you just want all these answers and you want all this perfection now.
I'm not even saying that, Flex.
They want the perfection.
I'm saying,
they want the
yeah,
perfection.
exactly.
We were saying we were playing shit.
Bad.
We said it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's why Carrick can't get the job.
But it's 20 minutes in a game. And this is the other part as well. Like, yeah, all right, you go, we've had a bad 20 minutes here. We're 1-0 up. We had a bad 20 minutes. But with the way the game's going, it can be, you can go up the other end of the score. We're 2-0 up now. Could be 3.
Yeah.
Didn't Owen do analysis every 5 minutes under the last manager? Where is he at the moment? because
we were losing every fucking game, bro.
Because we're 15th.
I think, you know what? That's gaslighting back.
I don't get it.
That's just gaslighting back, bro. That's what that is. That's what that is. That's saying you. Oh, fucking hell. No, they've had a shot again. Fucking, we've gone back to being shit.
Get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Get him out. Listen, I have to stress. Oh, that's unlucky. We aren't sitting here saying, don't know why you lot are highlighting that we're playing bad. We're playing absolutely fine.
Barca.
This is fine. We were literally saying we are walking into 1-1 here. Like we should be. This should be 1-1.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're. And yes, the people could be saying, yeah, exactly. So you're saying we're lucky to be 2-0 up. We're lucky. It's the fucking Premier League. You don't just get to go out there and dominate games from start to finish. You don't. You just saw City play at fucking Wembley against Southampton, mate.
It's not even that. It's not even that, Flex. It's you play badly for 20 minutes. That can't be. We'll let this one play out.
At Dana 2582 super chatted £10. TBH, I'm fine with us playing badly as long as we are winning games. Too many people want us to be prime Man City when we almost got relegated last season. People are delusional. We need wins, that's it.
It's not even that. It's, you know what I mean? It's not even that. It's my problem, like I said, is for some reason every 20 minutes is a referendum on Michael Carrick. Like, when the game's over 90 or 100, you know what I mean? Like, we've had a bad 20. This is why he can't be in charge. Well, we're 2-0 up now. So how silly does that look?
So what? We had a bad 20 under Iriola because everyone wants
it's every game since Arsenal. We're 2-0 up, man. What have we going into these games? Beat Chelsea, beat Brentford. You know what I mean? You're 2-0 up. Like, for some reason, we are very...
on Sunday. They do the same on Sunday if we're fucking, you know what I mean, under the cosh against Liverpool, playing shit a bit, but 2-0 up against our biggest rivals.
This is literally what I was saying this morning. I mean, when I'm halftime, what I said this morning? The problem is, for some reason with Michael Carrick, is the goalposts are constantly getting shifted. It's, well, he better win this match, then he's winning. Well, he didn't win the way that I liked him to win that match, But at the same time,
it's like the Arsenal moving the goalposts with winning the league.
Yeah, the goalposts. The goalposts are they are constantly moved in the sense of, again, before the match, if you'd have gone Flex halftime, I'll give you 2-0 Manchester United. You go, well, of course, and I go, actually, the first 20 minutes is actually a really decent 20 minutes from us. Second 20 minutes, shocking. Brentford should be 1-1. They could have even maybe got a couple of goals. But at halftime, I'll give you 2-0. And for all of but it's not sustainable, How many games Michael Carrick lost since January, by the way?
Exactly.
Sustainable. In the grand scheme of things as well, nothing is sustainable. That's the other part of it. Michael Carrick eventually will leave Man United because eventually he will fail. Like every manager, bar the select 5 or 6, eventually fail. You know what I mean? But at the same time, if you want to dwell on the negative in that one, you can also look at the positive and go, actually, in a first half where we were crap, I've seen Ahmad get one off the line. I've seen Harry Maguire get one off the line. I've also seen Ahmad get one where he should have stayed offside. Yeah. That's like 5 goals in that first half. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I don't yes, there are parts of that are bad. But at the same time, I look at this team and go, parts of that team are bad, actually.
People
are bad.
Owen,
you know what I mean?
People want everything. People want everything in one thing. So when we talk about the deficiencies in the team, when we talk about the things missing, when you want to talk about Carrick's an interim, he's just from Middlesbrough. He, this, that, and the other. Well, then what do you expect then? What do you expect? We're third in the Premier League. We're winning the game. We're having a bad 20 minutes where we have rode our luck. So have they, by the way. Like you said, they've got off the line twice. You know what I mean? So we've rode our luck. Essentially, by the end of it, well, let's look at the stats. By the end of it, you've given as good as you got. We've had 8 shots, they've had 5. We've scored 2, they've scored none. Do you know what I mean? We've had 3 big chances. They've had 1. Our XG. No, hold on. This is all the merchants, Owen. Expected goals. Man United 1.15, Brentford 0.69. Big chances, Man United 3, Brentford 1. This is for the stats, guys. The field tilt people. Total shots 8. Total shots 5 for them. Goalkeeper saves. Their keepers made 2 saves. Our keepers made 4. Corner kicks.
And also, with that, by the way, do not dispute at all. Brentford should probably have a goal at the moment.
100%. We even said that at 1-0. We said
he's made some top saves in the half, but
yes.
maybe this should have been anticipated, but I just can't flex. I just cannot believe. Well, I can, but let me just say, I cannot believe. It's just when we're winning these games, I never thought we'd have such an issue with winning. Like, I really did
from
not.
Where we're coming from, losing all the time.
Yeah,
no, bro,
against the teams we're playing at the moment as well. We're losing we won what a month, right? We would win once a month. And at the moment, we're playing the teams around us and we are winning the games. And granted, so look, maybe life's like that. You can't have everything. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can't have everything. But at the same time, and
losing ugly as well. Exactly.
If the first thought is as well of like, you win a game and it's but we didn't deserve to, or it was ugly performance. But we're like I said, we're winning. We're third in the league, and I get that maybe it's not FIFA where you have 90% possession and every pass is perfect. Like it is in the Prem, and these are also the same. This is why I talk about the goalpost moving, because these are the same players that if we lose a game, we say these players are shit. But also we want these shit players and the shit coach to also play like prime Barca and prime Guardiola. Well, they're shit or they're not. You know what I mean? If they're so terrible, we should be losing every week, right? If Michael Carrick is so bad, we should be losing every single week. We're not. Now, can I stand by everything I saw in that first half and go, I tell you what, that is the peak of Manchester United? Absolutely not. At points, it's absolutely shit. But for all of the, this is why it just drives me insane, because I remember hearing last season all of these excuses, Flex, about, I'm seeing something. Or like you said, high XG. Or no, you don't understand ball. Or you don't understand the process. Or you don't understand this. I was told and gaslit that losing games was actually necessary for a rebuild. And now,
vision to believe in.
Fast forward a year later, I'm now being told that winning isn't a good thing. No, winning isn't a good thing, because if you don't do it the right way, or you don't do it pretty enough that you pass it like some kind of weird, I don't know, pageant, that you go, I'm going to give it a 10. Did you win the game? Did you win the game? That's the important thing. Forget that. And also, by the time Casemiro scored, we should have been 2-0 up. So yeah, it's not perfect, but we are for some reason, we are very much hating looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know what we want. What we do know is that we just want to fucking moan all the time, bro. We just want to look for something at every opportunity to nitpick. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah. How a team that was as shit as we were last year, right? And we get a manager who's lost 2 games in like 13 or 14, however many is left. 13 games, yeah? Maybe this is the 12th. I can't remember, right? We've lost 2 games since January. One of the most informed teams in the league since January. Since he's come in, he's nearly got more points than anyone else. That might even still stand. I don't know. After Leeds, I don't know if that's still the case. But then it was backed up by a win against Chelsea and hopefully a win tonight. More points than anyone else. I tell you what, that's shit. I don't care, man. That's shit. No sort of thought into, well, what could we build from here? Because it's the same thing with someone else coming. You have to build from here. So you can look at things like this and say, Yeah, but those slow starts and stuff, I spoke about before the game. We literally just said, we spoke about it before the game. We're going to start slow. We need to stop that. We're really open. We need to stop. There are things to, what happened to when you gave Ruben time or this other manager time? Work on it in the summer. Needs a pre-season. Why don't Michael Carrick need a pre-season then? Why don't he need to buy fucking players?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
What are you talking
That's what I'm talking about. The goal.
He's an interim manager. He hasn't even got a
goalposts.
Contract past this season, bro. He's firefighting. But what people have got so comfortable that it's not firefighting anymore. They're treating him like he's the permanent manager now, like he's been here for time, and this is the best he's got to show for it. He's only been here like 12, 13 games.
This is when you know it's not serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is when you know it's not serious. You know what I mean? It's just, that's what I mean. And again, don't get me wrong. Like I think I mentioned this morning too about, I do think there is an element of like some just won't listen to certain things. Because if you do say, I tell you what, Michael Carrick's done a fantastic job, that for some reason gets processed as we played a 10 out of 10 performance in that first half, which is entirely not what was said. Someone mentioned it in the chat earlier on, and I think actually it's really, really true. With a goalkeeper, it's weird, isn't it? Because you never actually want your goalkeeper to be kind of playing well, in the sense of you don't want them to be busy, you know? But also, this is kind of why you buy a good goalkeeper, because you're going to need some games where your goalkeeper can bail you out the shit, you know?
Yeah.
I'd much rather be having
keeper. Oh, no.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lomas has had to make some big saves in that game. That's kind of what he's there to do, is to make those big saves in those moments in the game. Obviously, again, you'd much rather him not be busy, but also I go back to there's I think just like a really overly simplistic view sometimes of how games go, and like 90 minutes, like you're got in the Premier League, you are going to have 20 minutes or 30 minutes or even the majority of the game when you're up against it and you're not great, and you go, fucking hell, I tell you what, we played poor today. I say we got that one or that 20 or 30 minutes. Oh, bloody hell, we did that. But at the same time, if then you're going, actually, but we started the game well, finished the half well with the goals, then naturally wouldn't the best thing to do is acknowledge that those 20 minutes were bad, but also go, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater here and just go, actually, you know what? Dynamite settings. Let's blow it all up because those 20 minutes were bad. Like you said, surely the better way to look at it is go, well, since he's coming in Jan, you've got the most points in the league. Surely there's something there we can maybe build upon. For years, we've been waiting for the whole, show me something I can build on. We've got like top since January, and we're going, can't build on that. Why? Well, some of those 25 minutes or some of those performances, we could have lost those games. Yeah, but we didn't. Same way that under Ruben, we could have won some games. How many times did we do the whole?
Remember under Eric, couldn't score.
We
couldn't score, bro. Remember when we couldn't score?
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Flex, but we could have won those games, but we didn't. And now we're doing it the other way. Now we're doing, we could have lost that game.
We have actually won, but we could have lost.
But we didn't. We didn't lose. Why do we always focus on what didn't happen?
Well, I'm convinced, bro. Do you know what it is? I know we say, they'll lose their shit, yeah. I'll be honest. Now I've seen enough sample size of all of the fan base. I've been in it as well, whatever. Now I've seen enough sample size. I'm convinced, I swear to God, I'm convinced that they would be happy if we were like playing well, but drawing and like not picking up as much points. I'm convinced. I
disagree.
I will look at Ruben, bro. Bro, we were losing every week, 15th, and there was a lot of people still saying, nah, man. Like, we were fighting each other when we were 15th, and we were losing every single game. So that shows you there's enough.
We're fighting each other, we're third. We're just like fighting.
Yeah. But do you know what I'm saying, though? If we can fight each other, when we're 15th and the manager's going, tough times are coming, you got to suffer, have to do this, I want to leave. No, I'm going to walk out. And no, but believe in him. You haven't got the stomach for a rebuild. That's the problem with this family. When you're 15th, losing every week, then I'm convinced all of them people, what they want is for us to just play all right, but just not win. It must be.
Well, I do think it's kind of, what is quite interesting with it is, like I said, and this is maybe a bit of an overgeneralization, so apologies for this, but what is quite interesting is there is a bit of a correlation between those that were really all in on Amorim and those maybe hypercritical of Carrick. that were not hypercritical of Ruben in the same way. And that's, like I said, that kind of confusion I just don't understand. That's where I do think it goes into, I would just rather be right about what my analysis is, as opposed to the team, doing well or winning. We saw it in the game. We were talking, we're doing a bit of joke with what's his face, with Item Panda there, but there is a lot of that in terms of 20 minutes, right? Okay, this is why Ahmad needs to get sold. And then he might go and score a goal and you go, well, he doesn't need to be sold anymore, does he? So that's when you go, maybe we shouldn't do the whole in-game, make giant decisions based off 20, 25 minutes. Maybe we should sort of wait until the game plays out before we have those larger and bigger conversations. I mean, as far as individuals on the pitch in that first half, once again, shocker, another assist for Bruno. He's getting that record. He's smashing it. You know what I mean? And he should have had more in that first half. You know what I mean? He should have had more assists. If Ahmad could finish, maybe you would have more. And second half, it's funny. It's funny again, isn't it? Because before we got the second goal, I was going, I don't think Carrick will change anything. I don't think he'll change anything again at half time. And also, I think it might be more of the same. Be shocked if Brentford got one back, by the way, too. Like that could be a thing, because they probably do deserve a goal. Like, again, this is the Prem.
They do.
Also, we're not amazing. We're not great. This is we talk about, again, that's why I don't understand about sometimes the perception of some of these players, because one week they're criminals and shit, and the next week we expect the criminal shit players to be like, why can't you play like Xavi? And you go, well, because I've just said you're shit.
Yeah.
And you're not.
Exactly. And look, he doesn't necessarily, I don't think he will change it with 2-0 up. But that doesn't mean the instruction to play better shouldn't be there. We're not saying that. We're not saying play absolutely fine, keep doing that. What we could do is be quite lazy and be like, listen, we'll take another half like that and score another 2 goals, playing exactly the same way, win 4-0. Well, I suppose you would. but no, we do want to improve. I have to get this out. No one's saying, that we don't want to improve the level of performance. Before the game kicked off, me and Owen literally discussed, need to prove, the last thing we said before kickoff said, we need to prove that like this slow starts, man, because against Chelsea, you know what I mean, wasn't there. I criticised us against Chelsea. I was like, listen, Chelsea hit the bar 3 times, and we're not thinking we're better than what we are. I think there's a misconception thinking like, oh, you think that like this is going to be acceptable in the Champions League. Oh, this is going to be acceptable with 3 games a week. We're not saying that like this is fine. Michael Carrick's got us to the ceiling that never needs to be superseded.
He doesn't need to do any more.
Perfect. Yeah, no one's saying that. But in terms of the maximum you can do with the tools he's got
out of them.
in the time that he's got and get out of them, he's fucking smashed it out the park, mate. Let's have it right.
Absolutely.
He smashed it out the park. Yes, that's come with being on the back foot in some games. Yes, that's come with a little bit of fortune. Yes, look, that could have been a penalty. It hits off his arm, and I said that at the time. I was like, "Oh, he is leaning, and this, that, and the other."
Yeah, but you never know. With us, you never know.
I don't know if that was against us. I mean, we'd be saying it's hit his arm, and he's not played.
I think it's a bit harsh.
It's clumsy,
but again, I think it's. I think you bring a good point on Mazraoui.
Mazraoui's on
for Ahmad, for possibly Ahmad. There you go. Be interesting to see why.
He wouldn't have taken. There's no way he takes him off. Maybe he is then. Maybe it is to be a bit more conservative. Is it Carrick managing and looking at it and going tactically and to change something?
Okay. Let me read out these supers. Kamikaze says Šeško will be different gravy next season. Red Baron says Flex, most of us just joke to toy with you. Some do, some don't. That's the worst thing is. Some that's a scary thing. Daniel Luciano says driving home. Any standout players? Big up, boys. Your classics, Brunos, Casemiros.
Are we playing about
Red Baron says some people just want us to lose to be proven right. Up Max, been over 42 months, says too many people think real life is FIFA on beginner mode. All Elite says people really aren't here complaining, are they? I've only just dropped in for halftime. Can't believe what I'm hearing. Brentford ain't no mugs. Wow. No, we should be beating them 7-0 because they're terrible. Ethan says, Cobby, my G. Terrence says, love with 2 goals up. Love you, Uncle Cass. But that defense is on a bender tonight. Fix that shit up. Else Brentford are coming back. Number 19, Bruno. Nightwing says, constant changes in the club and Glazers allowing players to be bigger than the manager has actually divided our fans. Or wasn't it like this in 2013? Like I said earlier on, Shyam, I do think there's a whole bunch of trauma in the United fan base based off of the last few years. And I think where a lot of it comes from. Nightwing says, I was Amorin. Impossible to argue against firing. Press Resistance says, people have stopped talking about how shit players are because we are winning. The truth is that the credit goes to the manager this time, not the players. Red Baron says humans actually have negative bias. Look it up. Danny DeFito has been a member for 18 months. Says, to lighten things up, I'll send you guys a £50 super chat of if Bruno, who I've been slightly critical of in the past, slightly breaks the assist record. Yeah. And Camila says, we need players, but why so bad on the ball? 3 midfielders needed. That's also part of it as well. We know the midfield shit. We don't have any other options. How's it going to be better without other players coming in as well?
I don't know. Go on.
Let me do. I've got 2 or 3 more left. Luke says, first Englishman to win the Prem season. Imagine. Well, let's not get too carried away. Zuta says, Bossman Owen and Daddy Fleck, love you all. And Nathan says, poor first half and still scored 2 goals is great progress. Amorim is a complete fraud. We have to suffer. F off. Carrick comes in smashing it. Hashtag top 3. You were saying, Fleck.
We don't know if Ahmad's gone off because of injury or tactics, but we are playing a back 5 now. We are playing a back 5. So that could be a response to the game being so open and, them pushing us back. And, Carrick didn't like that. Or Ahmad was carrying something. Take him off, and with the options that we've got, he still could have just put Mason Mount if he wanted to, so he's gone with Dallo at right wing. This is a back 5 or 3-4-3 if you want to call it that. So we'll see if it's tactical.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Look, even if it just completely even if it just completely neutralized the game and took something out of it and it's boring 2-0, then it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, would it? Maybe it makes us a bit less open than
and that's what
first half.
Exactly. Yeah. But it seems like a back 5 to me. Luke Shaw's left wing back. Look how high he is now.
I swear though, Flex, if we get I tell you what, 2-0, but there's some changes, we need to be made. If I now see that he's made a change and we go to look at us playing back 5 against Brentford at home.
Yeah, well, someone already said it in the chat. Yeah,
that's what it will be.
That's what it will be.
Yeah. Make some changes and see out the game. Boring.
Yeah. They'll move it. Yeah.
Look at this coward of a coach.
Yeah. And if it stays 2-0 and we just kind of, do you know what I mean? If it stays 2-0, well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But again, we want it to be less. We want it to be less chaotic. The game doesn't need to be chaotic like that.
When you're 2-0 up,
fine.
When you're 2-0 up, definitely not.
You don't need to. Oh, 2-0 up. I don't mind it, and it's not like we're going to carry no threat. You know what I mean?
No, exactly.
So we'll see how it plays out, because this is, again, we don't know whether it's tactical or not. But even if he had an injury, it doesn't mean you have to go to a back 5, though. You know what I mean? So let's see. We'll work that out afterwards when they ask him. But right now, there's been a tactical change. Let's see if it actually helps the flow of the game in our favor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like I said, I won't change things. The goalpost will shift.
Oh, Maguire. Let's get some everything. There's counter-attacks on here.
And this way, you got to be careful. This is what Brentford do.
Luckily, it's behind him.
Well done.
Bobby.
And we say that, actually, it may just also just be an options thing too, right? I mean, we do have quite a few players out, don't we? So it may just be a case of, I want to make a change, but like I said, do I bring on Mount? Who knows what the situation fitness-wise is with Mount? Dorgu obviously isn't ready.
But look how compact it is now with the flat back 5. They're out of possession. Do you know what I mean? It's like a 5-2-3, if anything. But essentially, you know what I mean? 3-4-3, but with actual wingers. Bruno's playing on the left of it, and Bumo on the right. Sesko through the middle. Cobby and Cass as a 2, and a back 5. So, already look, there's 3v3 there at the back with the 2 wing backs tucking in. Because look, we did say it. Potter and Coyote were going up so high. So
exactly.
And now they're marked. Look, now look at Potter. Dallo's got him. It's fine. And Luke Shaw has got. There you go, right there. He's got him. So maybe it's a tactical masterclass from Carrick. Who would have thought? But he's shit.
Maybe I don't know. Like I said, you can't. 1 minute it's Oof. Before the game,
Well done.
when we're saying, I tell you what, we're going Brentford, they're 7th in the league. They're not a bad team, they're a good team. And we see them in the game be a good team, and we go, look at us, we're terrible, and we're 2-0 up.
Yeah.
It's like, well, clearly they've got something to offer Brentford. They wouldn't be 7th in the league without having something to offer, But we're 2-0 up. Like you say, you adjust at half time, whether that's enforced or not, time will tell. Got another opportunity here. But that's why I go back to this morning, like when I said, what do people actually want? Because they get it, and then they go, no, not like that. I want it this way.
Handball. Yeah, I think it might be a really smart move from Carrick. You know what I mean? This could be a very... And now the game, listen, don't want to speak too early and jinx things, but we're gone past that. Let's just say what we see.
Hopefully
the game seems more
calm.
Bit, it seems more calm already. Already, it's not like how it was in the first fucking 45. So we'll see how it plays out. But you can see the thinking behind it already in the shape here.
And like you said, certainly as well, it's not as if we don't
carry
a threat, because we certainly do. I mean, we've already had a couple of opportunities already. So
yeah, exactly. Because what will put people off is obviously surrendering the whole game and then we just hacking it clear and we're just camped in and saying we'll just sit on a 2-0. But I don't think it's that. I think we did have to do something to stem that game with how we were, because we all said we should have conceded about twice.
Also, as well, for all of this chatter about, the performance or individual players and this, that, and the other, or people want to be improved, right? I really don't think Michael Carrick gives a fuck as well. I think he's just look, he's looking at it going, well, look, we're 2-0 up. We maybe got away a little bit in that first half. I'm going to set up shop. Hopefully I can get another goal, make it 3-0. That's a good result. But who cares?
Running everywhere.
Just win.
Played. Yeah, don't need to run around.
And Harry's right there in the chat with what he says. A couple of times, what's been another criticism of the Carrick has been slow start in the second half, hasn't it? Slow start second half, concede quickly. Yeah, nearly 10 minutes into this second half, so it'll be another one which again people ask for. We want to see these quicker starts in the second half.
Yeah, so it's already a lot more. It's already because you can see the flat back five, and then you can see like Thiago's already got 2 men around him now. It's like 2v1s now across the back five, and then you can leave the wide players until the ball actually goes there. We're not getting stretched. Now Dallo can go there and not arrive late. There you go. He's kicked it out. But it just look, see the game out and work out a way tactically to make sure we're not as vulnerable, because you don't want to be conceding 2-1 with the game like a basketball game. You don't need to. You're 2-0 up.
Well, like you said during the first half multiple times, you can't keep it. You can't keep it up like that, because you will concede eventually. There's only so many saves your keeper can make, isn't there?
And
There's
again,
so many times.
What were we saying? We weren't saying this was all right and no sustainable. And you know what I mean?
Yes, we were. Flex said it was perfect. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, bollocks. This window.
It's almost Flex like you might actually know what you're talking about. You were saying how good Brentford were before the game.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Ahmad's
There's
back
Ahmad.
out, so might think it might not be an injury. It might have been tactical. We don't know. Yeah, we'll have to.
He did have a stinker of a first half.
Yeah, but then, like someone said, it was his tackle that led to the counter-attack that actually got us the goal.
Yeah.
But overall, his output of what he's meant to be doing, he should have scored. It's a bad ball from heaven, that one. Just stay there, let Luke Shaw get back in. Keeper. All right, fair enough. Don't take any chances.
Yeah. He did call for it. He did call for it.
Yeah, the commentators are saying there, it's almost changed the rhythm of the game. This has, making them change. Yeah. Like, it is about that. The rhythm of what that was too dangerous. Like, we did well to be 2-0 up, considering the game looked like that. We were just on the better side of the scoreline, the right side of the scoreline. That was like a 50-50 of like, you create loads, we'll create loads, we'll see who scores more at halftime, yeah? And we were on the right side of it. Fair play. But that doesn't mean you gamble again and try and have another shootout. Yeah. Oh, my
danger.
God. Should have scored again.
Was he onside? He was off.
Oh, no, he wasn't. Good line, mate. Tactical.
Niraj says, guys, can we stop with the Carrick arguments every video? You can just ignore the clowns who want him in or out. Talk about other topics. Lewis Potter for left back next season. But the thing is, though, Niraj, is that if you've got, first of all, if people are putting in super chats, you've got to respond to them. And also, this is the difficult. This is, I said earlier on about the vocal minority thing. But if people are being loud and talking shit, then they can't get away with that. You know what I mean? You can't, like in the first half. Look at us. You're being 20 minutes and you want this clown as the manager, and then we go up and score. You've got to give it a bit back.
Yeah, hold that.
It's kind of how it works. You got to. Of course you do.
Yeah. What's Dallo doing there?
You gonna have a shot? Maybe.
Fucking
keep it alive. Keep it alive.
Cass unlucky. Tried to be a bit too cute. Cobby!
He's done a lot tonight, Cobby. He's done a lot.
He's been our best player tonight.
Yeah.
He's been our best player. He's been excellent. Harry steps out so strong. No, that was a difficult ball out, Bruno. Chill. Yeah, it's definitely not like a basketball match now.
Like I said, it'll be really interesting to see post-match what that Ahmad sub or what that Ahmad sub was. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look at that.
Like
there you go. And look at that stats. There you go. Look. Second half.
Flex. I'll end
up
up
being.
I'll get Fleck. I'll get called toxically positive for wanting my team to win and being happy my team is winning. Not bad for a fake fan.
No, but forget the win.
It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. It's taking this thing out of the game, and that's all we can ask for. You know,
but it will be really, like I said, post match will be really interesting to see how enforced that was. Was it a case of he just got hooked? Was it a case of he was injured, or was it a case of a bit of both? Maybe he was hooked and he also went, "You having a stinker anyway."
Cobby! Oh shit! No. Hold on. Gary Neville said he thinks that it's tactical because the change of shape has led to you took him off. He still, which I think it might be a bit of both because he could have been picked up a knock, but I think that to change the shape because you could just go, listen, Mason Mount, you can run, just fin in on the left, go play on the left, or put Mbumo out there and put Mason Mount on the right, or he could mix it up and keep the same shape. But it was an opportunity to go, actually, you know what, we're probably better off just sitting in here a little bit, bro.
And also, what I would also say as well, it's no disservice changing your shape or whatever. Like I said, I know we do the whole, it's Man United at home against Brentford at Old Trafford, but like we have said several times before this match and during it, like, again, Brentford are a good team. Brentford are a good team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are.
They're seventh in the Prem for a reason. They don't lose a ton of games for a reason. They got one of the top scorers in the Prem. And they don't have their shooting boots today. But
he's offside again. He's offside. It's
fine. But yeah, like
line,
again, Brentford and
good line.
There's a reason Brentford are pushing for Europe, Yeah. I'm 2-0 up at home against a team pushing for Europe.
Yeah. And that's just it. All of this comes down to, bro. All this comes down to, like how you view things. The glass half full, glass half empty, or whatever. You can choose to be smart about it and really think, you can choose to really get in depth and be like, nah, I'm telling you, this ain't sustainable. You're going to give him the job and it's just going to be a load of shit next year and you'll sack him by fucking September and this, that, and the other. And, look at us. It's embarrassing. We cussed the last manager for playing 5 at the back and look at you. Look at us now. Can't even play a full 90 minutes with a back 4 at home to little old Brentford. Like, you can just choose to look at it in different ways. But, I'll just go with the result. Bruno, that's good.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how long he waits before he makes anything else. You know what I mean? It's not as if we don't have some options on the bench, right? You still got, you Ugates or Mason Mounts can come on. Dorgu, of course, right?
Yeah. Wait till they score. Watch Flex change up. Listen, they could score. Brentford could score. It doesn't mean.
Well,
and again, we're attaching like everything to mean like, well, that means they better not score. Then in a game of football, anyone can score at any time. What is going on, bro?
This is what I go back to. Like again, like all right, just again, it's not the important thing of United possibly scoring or not scoring. It's I'd rather be right. Like same guy.
Like you want Brentford to score.
Same guy. Just inviting pressure with that change. I'm not going to scroll that far, but I would probably guarantee you were saying make a change at halftime. Make a change at halftime. No, not that one. No, I don't like that one.
Yeah, bring on Ugarte. Record shit with him winning. Why are you bringing him on?
Yeah, I don't want that sub.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the worst thing is, this is only going to get worse. Next season is going to be brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good ball. Oh, I want a foul. Ah.
No foul, mate. He's in there. Gone past him like he's not there.
Shit.
Well done. He went straight past Heaven like he weren't there then. Could have back post Luke Shaw, careful. Well done. Lewis Potter's a constant threat, innit?
Shyam says, Cobby is flying on the pitch. He has learned a thing or two from Uncle. This is what experienced players can give us. We need one striker like that. But this is also, again, when we're talking about midfielders, this is why, again, we need to really work on that position in the summer, because right now we could do with bringing on like a proper good midfielder just to, again, slow the game down even more, settle it even more. We don't really have that. You know what I mean? We don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that ability to go to the bench and get that person to come on, slow the game down, kill the game. We're looking at, do you bring on a guy and maybe lose the game his record? Or do you bring on Mount and maybe he gets hurt? You know?
Yeah. So I'm saying these are the things, these are the slim margins that we've got to play with. You know what I mean? Where Carrick doesn't have a lot. And I know this can seem negative, you know, like the game's clearly not how it was in the first half now. It's probably a bit better for us because we're 2-0 up. If it was 0-0, you wouldn't want it to look like this. But at the same time, Brumo, man. I tell you what, someone just said it there. Can we talk about Mbeumo before that happened? And it's like, he still just looks off. Him and Ahmad, it's the same thing.
And that's also where, you know, like you might say, you see in the second half, like someone will go like, I haven't had many shots. He should get a shot away there. There's no reason for Mbeumo not to get a shot away. That's half a chance, that is. You're in behind. You're expected to test the goalkeeper. You know, you got to be better.
Yeah.
And if Cunha is available but for the game at the weekend, then once again, Ahmad and Mbeumo are looking at their spots, aren't they?
Absolutely. And rightly so, because they've just hasn't just not been good enough. I don't know what's happened to Mbeumo, man. And Ahmad, you know what I mean? But Ahmad's never really got going this season. And Mbeumo, like I said, for the first half of the season till January. And the first couple of games under Carrick scored against City and Arsenal. And you're going, this is the guy. And it's like, he's just fallen off a bit. Like his touch he just looks clunky. Yeah. His final actions have just all been bad. Always tries, always runs, no problem with that. There's always effort and endeavour, but my days.
That's a foul. Yeah.
Well done. That's where you need Maguire for these.
Just over 200 likes away from 1K likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. I read the latest super chats. So we're all up to date.
Yeah. Don't mind it. The game's calm at the minute. It's not frantic. Who would have thought that there's a problem with that? That's fine. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean, also as well, it does feel like you just have to be a bit wary of letting it drift too much. They get a late goal. It can be a bit of a nervy finish.
Yeah.
There is that feeling, isn't there, of there might be another goal just to kill this one off a little bit.
Yeah, because we are going long at the minute, aren't we? Now we're just simplifying the game and just going long, which, again, that might piss some people off to say, where's the football gone? Now you're just going long. You went to a back five and just hook it long. But it's been effective. Look, just kind of going up to Sesko and trying to win the seconds, really. And it's kind of disrupted the rhythm of them as well. It's kind of disrupted the rhythm of Brentford, which, you know. Just get the win.
Like I said, I don't think. That's what I mean. I don't. There's nothing wrong with. There's nothing wrong with like, you're 2-0 up. There's nothing wrong with seeing out the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Super chat from Red Baron says, I do kind of hate when we pile in on one player. Well, sometimes I think, like I said, it gets a bit extreme. Like, earlier on with this whole, Ahmed's not played well this season. Well, that means look at Harry's hair.
I was about to say that. It's like the guy off Home Alone.
Yeah.
That's a foul throw.
Foul throw.
Fucking hell, mate.
But
you can only do the long ones, can't do the short throws.
But yes, with the Ahmad thing, it's like I said, it's just I think I do agree, Red Baron, to the point of sometimes when it's like, oh, Ahmad's playing shit, so we should get rid of him. Then you do instantly kind of want to defend him. You might sort of go, well, let's not get too crazy. And I think sometimes that's where it comes with the character stuff as well.
Not a good pass. That wasn't a good pass from Mazraoui. That was a poor pass. Kobe didn't want that.
Yeah, got to recover.
Casemiro,
good tackle, brilliant tackle. Zabel. But yeah, so I think that's where maybe sometimes the sort of defensiveness for the Carrick stuff comes from, because like you said, I just don't know if you can go, he hasn't done a good job. He's not doing a good job. Like, what a tackle by Casemiro.
It's a great tackle. Casemiro's been excellent tonight as well. Him and Kobe have been brilliant. Harry Maguire's been good as well.
Really a calming presence.
Yeah.
You can basically what Gary Neville was saying on commentary now, saying definitely that. Oh God, the aim was to kill the game or sort of make it less end to end, which it definitely has.
It definitely has.
Deal with this. The only worry is like if Brentford can nick a goal, then it gets really edgy, doesn't it? Because you've backed off by that point.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like there's a gear to go up if we go peg back to go. Let's go again. You know what I mean? What's happened here? He just got run into though, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's not a muscle thing, is it? What's happened here?
I need the Dr. Flex prognosis.
Yeah. I think it's just a knock, impact injury.
Yeah. Bit of a dead leg.
Coming together. Yeah, he'll run that off. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
See that?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, I think he made a mess of that.
What a block. Well done.
Yeah. Get back in.
Good header.
I tell you what, they did.
Well done.
Good claim. They do put some good balls in the box, don't they? A couple of times I do look at those deliveries. I'm like, oof.
Yeah, it's because they got, like you say, they've got players who can cross well, man. Yeah. Aiden Heaven sensed the danger there because Harry messes this up, to be fair to him.
Yeah, he makes a mess of it.
He makes a mess of that. We shouldn't be in a position where we can see the shot from there. That's a good block.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. Can you get that in around the corner? Oh, well done. Boom.
Oh, ref. I thought he would give it.
Megs.
Oh, he's done you there. Don't stop, though. You've got to keep going.
Damsgaard, man. Fucking hell.
Hey, tell you what. How old is Damsgaard?
Probably. He looks about 27, 28. I'm going to say.
I don't even know if anyone can make an accurate prediction on his age. You would never know by looking at him. How old is he? He is
28. He looks 28.
Flex, he is 25.
Fucking hell.
He's 25 and 26 in July.
He's one of those type of guys, and it just looks older. Like you say,
I wonder how much he's worth. I wonder how much he's worth.
Well,
he's a good technical player, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's neat and tidy.
His output's not super high though, like the actual GA. But he's like an Ericsson, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, he's neat and tidy.
But Ericsson probably had a bit more output. Fucking hell.
In swinger. Ah! Look at the post. Fucking hell. They just might not score today, you know, Flex. They just might not score.
I tell you what, Owen, and this is why you have to listen to people because we're fucking lucky.
Yeah, but hey.
What's this? A high foot? No.
It's a handball.
No,
he hit that.
He's give the high foot after that. He headed that. Fucking hell. But I hit the post first, though. You know what I mean?
This is what I'm looking at. Was this? Oh, his head. It comes off his head, yeah.
Yeah, he headed it, yeah. Should have scored. Fucking hell. Harry don't care, but he put his head where it hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, he gets it all wrong, Atara.
they should have scored tonight. It's one of those, isn't it?
Absolutely.
They should have scored. There's the reinforcements. Lenny's coming on. Interesting.
But
You
I
keep the
think
same
it's yeah,
shape?
Flex. Thing is, yeah, Flex.
Oh,
Don't get me wrong.
no.
Oh, no.
No, Luke.
Not this close to the record as well.
Oh,
Not
you
this
only
close.
got 4 games after this, Luke. Not
But we
now.
have seen him we've seen him go off before, then he's been back in the next game. We have seen that, haven't we, this season? Remember when he was ill and we all thought he was injured?
True, but this one's... What is it? Right calf? Right shin? Damn.
He said hopefully it's a precaution, maybe.
Yeah. Luke Shaw. Oh, started every Premier League game. It'd be such a shame if he can't see that out.
Red Baron with the super chat says the ref has played well so far, to be honest.
Not really been much. Yeah, I mean, the handball for heaven. Sometimes VAR could be a prick about it, maybe. It's like you've seen those. But the ref on field, I don't think, there's not really been much for him to get wrong.
That dude, 983, says, any other AFCON players fell off like ours? Has anyone else in the Prem had a difficult time post-AFCON?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Brian and Bumo's off.
Right, go on, Lenny. We need to rebuild your confidence, mate.
Well, yeah, we do. Where's Lenny going to play? Is he going to put Mazraoui at left wing back and then move Lenny to right centre back, probably? That would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Fair play, Brentford fans. Fair play.
Yeah.
Fair play. Got good money for him. You know what I mean? We didn't steal him off you.
Says, is Mbumo just better when he's playing 9 in our counter-attack focus setup that we were doing earlier? Do you know what? I was thinking this earlier on. I do think he might have been a bit of a victim of... He has moved around a little bit, hasn't he? There was the false 9 for a little bit. Well, it wasn't really false 9, striker / false 9, now right winger. And, well, in the Ruben system, sometimes inside 10 with the inside 10 wingers.
Yeah, and that didn't really suit him.
The output's not the same, which is a worry.
We did make the game calmer, but I would say like we're not on the ball. We're just kind of giving it away and sort of happy to just say you won't score against us. But so again, we can't have it both ways. But I could, look, it hasn't been the best. It's calmed the game down and taken the sting out of it. It's not frantic, but not really carried much. Yeah, that's crazy.
Recruitment's just crazy, isn't it? It is.
Thiago, Tony, and him.
They're one of those clubs, Brentford, same as Brighton, isn't it? Where it's not a fluke. Like they are just so well run that they already know that the players they're getting 2 or 3 players ahead. Same with the coaches. I mean, everyone thought Brentford was going to get relegated this season.
Yeah. Well done. Try and get a bit of foot on the ball now, boys. A little bit of quality. I feel like we haven't had the ball for ages. I feel like it's just been a few clearances, couple offsides, couple fouls. We haven't really had any rhythm.
I remember when Keith Andrews was a pundit on Sky doing championship games for ages.
Yeah.
He used to be like their championship guy.
The main guy.
Like, right. Yeah, right. Like, and we've got Keith Andrews, of course, at the Coventry Building Society Arena. And you go, all right, cool. Now he's, managing Brentford.
Aiden, man, he's got good temperament. He just wants to take the ball, innit? Where he is. Okay, now.
Oh, pass a bit
bad
poor.
Pass. It's all right there. Aiden Heaven, not afraid to play high up. He used to play midfield in his Arsenal days when he was a kid. Well, he's still a kid, but you know what I mean, in the youth team. Tell you what, though, Owen, if we can, keep a clean sheet, 2 clean sheets in a row.
Yeah.
Take the positives.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you say take the positives like there's loads. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. There's loads of positives. I mean, granted, there are some negatives, and
Yeah.
so you focus on them. Keep it alive. Shoot! Oh, he's thinking assist, isn't he? He's thinking assist.
Yeah.
Oh! There you go. Where's the shots?
He touched it. Get him pussy in the too. Bruno's such a shit house.
How many shots though, Fleck? How is that? That counts as a shot. Does that count as a shot? As a shot? Excuse me. It's a shot. That counts as a shot. How many shots?
Count as what Casemiro?
Does that count as a shot? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course it does.
Oh,
Right. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You remember how many shots? How many shots? How many shots though?
Yeah.
When did we start fucking counting shots? when did that start being a thing? This is where you do start going games gone, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who touched it? Don't know. Couldn't see, guys. Couldn't see. Because he's trying to block him off while he's talking to him. He has pushed him into the ref, though.
Red Baron says, "Nah, I blame Flex for Shaw's injury. To be fair, I was bigging him up for the match. I shared the thing that you shared me earlier, you know, about the 5 games thing.
Oh no,
yeah.
It's that person's fault who's tweeted it. Why'd you say that?
No, exactly.
Why did you do that? You know what I mean? No need. Can you nick it? Oh. Unlucky.
12 minutes left. Just need to
see it out now.
See it out. Yeah.
Yeah. They might throw everything forward. They might be able to catch them on a break, nick a third. But
gotta be wary of them getting a goal and making this a bit tense late on.
And also, after the last game at home against Leeds, where it should have been 3-0 by half time, you know, this is a big improvement against a team way higher in the league. Like you said, Brentford are a better team than Leeds.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd think we'll let this play out. We got done there, Cobby.
Yeah, he did. Look at Damsgaard, man. Fuck it now.
Well done. Nothing silly.
Get out to him. Back post. Oh, well done.
Oof.
Well played. Dallo.
Oh, why?
Oh, then he pulled him down. He does that little Dallo step over that he likes.
Yeah.
He did well there, Dallo. He done everything right, and then it got to the last action and done that little step over there, and then just went wrong.
Again, he's been Dallo today, hasn't he? You know what I mean? First minute, just kicks it out, then does all okay, then just does some mad shit, you know. And you're like,
yeah, he's been Dallo. I think that is the perfect way of putting it.
This is danger.
Mm. Oh, done.
Because what we don't want to do is just because, like you said, the change has actually kind of, you know, softened the game out. It's not as chaotic or dramatic, but you just don't want the players to look up at the clock and go, "What, 10 minutes left? Oh, we've got this in the bag." You know, we want to be that kind of let it drift too much.
Exactly.
That's too easy.
It's like you are just happy to just soak up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some people would go, "Oh, this is stink fest," you know, typically shocking, but I don't care, man. At this point, it's not the best second half. You know what I mean? You want to see goals, more attacking football and that, but that weren't sustainable, that first half, man. Too easy again. Good tackle.
Like I said, from the same players that are, you know, criminals and shit. But no, they should be dominating the entire of the game. Or even like the whole, like, honestly, like if I'm 2-0 up against a decent team or whatever, you know, and actually I'll tell you specifically, we've had 4 shots in the second half, only 2 less than them. It's not even, do you know what I mean? It's not even actually that less. You would think we've had none. You would think we've had 0.
We didn't create anything and we just nicked it.
It's 2 less. You would think. And also, if I'm 2-0 up and someone turns to me and goes, yeah, but we've had 2 less shots than Brentford, I'll go, get the fuck out of here. This room. Like, check yourself in somewhere.
Yeah, because it's getting a little bit like we're just on the back foot trying to just see it out and saying, come break us down then, essentially. But well done, Cobby. Well done, Cobby.
There you go.
Come closer to him. Oh, I was going to say, that was hard.
Like the difficult
he was
one.
miles away. Yeah, he was miles away from him. Sesko needed to maybe like freeze the game then to stay still rather than trying to run away. Trying to look for the ball through.
He's cut a bit of a frustrated figure a couple of times, Šeško, doesn't he? He's like I said, whoever's got to play that number 9 role, sometimes for United under character, and they can be thankless. You won't get that huge amount of service.
He didn't actually. He just flew past. He thought Mason Mount would be there to put more of a
and flew off the pitch.
Go on, Josh. You look after the ball well. Last 10.
Yes, it definitely does.
Oh, big game now, Southampton Ipswich.
Hey, they were good against City at the weekend at Wembley, Southampton.
Very good. Very, very
that
good.
Coach has done a remarkable, just like his first managerial job or something.
Yeah, Will Still. I don't know what he was doing with him before, mate, but Jesus.
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Last 10. Give us a little something. Give us a little something.
Yeah, maybe get a third one, and then we can have a whole debate after the game about it wasn't a 3-0 game.
Yeah.
Do that. That's what I would like. I want to
read the bounce there, Dallo. You can see that was going to beat you. The bounce. Yeah, we can argue afterwards.
Yeah. So don't dive in. Got twisted inside out, didn't he? That's right, then.
Yeah, because he's good, bro. Tara's good. He's good, man.
Good players.
He's wicked. We said this before the
start.
Him and Sharda. I know, listen, Sharda came off.
Yeah.
But Dango Atara's a good player, bro.
They might be in Europe next season, this Brentford team, man.
Oh, he kept Sesko on with that change. Who did he take off then? For Zirkzee? Oh, he hasn't done it yet. Has he not?
Maybe
is
not
Zirkzee
yet.
on yet? Oh, I thought he did it. I was going to say, but Sesko's still on. Oh, no, not the groin.
Holding the groin.
Oh, no. Not the groin. Benjamin Šeško. Ah, a little fake. Go on, Senny.
Wasting time against Brentford at home. You should be ashamed of yourself, Senna. You and Carrick, get out of here. Mentality.
Hold on. Turn.
Well done.
Go on, Bruno. Get one more assist. Go on. I dare you. Good touch.
Hey, what? Šeško looks a bit out on his feet, doesn't he? He's
knackered. He's knackered. And he's a little bit injured as well.
Yeah.
Bruno's getting a bit tired, a bit lazy.
Yeah.
We're just doing tired stuff now.
Yeah. Let's get to the end of the game.
You should have just played the ball normal there. Just give it to the first guy you saw. Well done, Mason. Mason Mount did all right when he came on against Chelsea as well, I thought.
Yeah, we said before the game, like it's funny with him, isn't it? Because I mean, so far off the England squad, isn't he? But
miles off.
You do really wonder what is next for him, because I kind of threw out the possibility. I wouldn't be shocked, go to like Coventry on loan next season or something. You wouldn't even, but like
go play for Frank.
But at the same time,
I know what you mean.
At the same time, but he probably is going to stay because we can only move on so many midfielders in a summer where we've got to sign like 3 midfielders. You know what I mean? Yeah. What do you keep doing? Just keep selling midfielders and keep adding the number. Go, well, we need.
But he's a
He's a bit of an everything, isn't he?
He's a weird midfielder. I was going to say,
10.
yeah, because he's not one of the midfielders that we're actually trying to buy. We're not trying to buy more players in that position.
No.
You know what I mean? He don't play
But
6.
He's not doing like the 10, is he? He's nowhere near Bruno.
He's a bit of a filler inner. We'll see how the game goes and see where we might need you.
But do you have a filler in on like 200 odd K a week and the number 7? You know what I mean? It's
of course not.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but no one's going to take him. They'll take him on loan, but we'll have to pay a lot of money and split. How's that happened?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's too easy.
Get in that gap, yeah. What a fucking goal that is.
And that's what the worry was, wasn't it? That was the worry of that late goal. You felt it. That was the late one I was worried about.
Man.
That's the late one I was concerned about.
Just fucking sitting off him, though. I mean, you are saying if you're going to score, it has to be a fucking great strike, but
that is an unbelievable goal. Look, he has smashed that. Look at this. This flies.
Yeah,
no
even
chance.
If no one was there, you can't save that.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable goal.
I will say that it's been annoying. We've been sleepwalking towards that, though. What a goal that is! Nowhere near it. It's right in the corner. Fuck,
he smashed it. What a goal that is.
They deserve it. They'd actually deserve a goal.
They deserve it.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I mean. This is what they were saying. Oh, this is why your toxic positivity is fucking too much.
Yeah.
This is why.
This is my concern. This was the late goal. It's going to lead us to a bit nervy. Now, how many minutes suddenly get added on now? 10? So out of nowhere. I want to like 3. And then it can just be, Brentford got their deserved goal.
The back 5 it's just sat off. It did take the sting out of the game, but it just fucking hell, man. Hopefully that sparks us into actually playing.
Where's that going, Zirkzee? Lucky you got a second bite of that. Second one's just as bad.
Tara, man. Fucking can't get it off him. Guys. You just give the haters what they want. You give them what they want. Yeah, you do. Fucking hell. It's the only thing it just surrendered. I mean, Brentford have been good all night, man. I mean, that was just a wonder strike, but still.
That is just brilliant. Like you said, that is one of those ones where you're going, right, go on in. If you're going to score, you're going to have to whip it bottom corner.
Yeah.
He has. You've gone shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But now this is the worry about again.
Yeah. Because look,
this is the risk you take.
Keep coming. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, my days, mate. Oh, my days. They're nervous now. Now they are nervous.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Lucky that.
This is when we get into the and this is when you live and die by your decisions, right? Isn't it?
Come on a second.
Look, if they grab an equaliser, then it's like you say, too defensive too early. If you 100%. See it out, then you're smart. They were going to score anyway with the way the game was going, right? You know, with from the first half. So here we go. What's he going to say? 5 minutes.
5. Okay, no. We're just nervous. Just fucking put a foot on the ball, though, boys. We actually don't. Even though we're at back 5, we don't have to do this.
This is what I don't get. Like this, this stuff.
Like we're just not confident to actually take the ball. Look, there's this gap. Fucking no, they're going to get another chance at least. Oh, no.
Well done.
Fucking hell, mate.
And this is when it goes back to the recruitment problem as well, because you look at it like we just don't have the technical players to kind of like try and kill the game. You know what I mean? Put your foot on the ball. What tackle?
That's our ball.
I love that. Oh, here we go.
Oh, mate. Maybe they were right, Owen. Maybe they were
Believe
right.
Fleck. Believe Fleck.
It's too hard to call that. I don't know. 5 minutes. Don't fuck this up, boys. I beg you lot. Beg you lot, don't fuck this up.
So
The
you
whole
got to dig
second
in.
half, we've pretty much been cruising.
Back post.
Get out.
Get out a little bit.
Yeah,
get out
get
a little
out.
bit.
Show
Don't
a
just be
little
so
bit, man.
deep.
Just slow
waiting for them
everything.
to
It's allowing them, yeah.
Put these like whipped balls in, which we know that they can do really well.
He's going to get a yellow card for that.
Surprised it's not a red with the way they enforce rules on United. You kick
Yeah,
the ball
exactly.
away,
Just
red
change it up.
card. 10-game ban
Exactly.
for being a bastard.
Fucking
You know what I mean?
bullshit.
Something like that.
Come on. This goes away. This
Long
goes
throw.
away.
I would love a Lomans claim here if he can, if it's there for him.
He's getting pinned by Thiago.
That's
That's a
a fucking
foul.
Well done.
That's a foul.
All right, calm down, mate. I know you're the captain, but Jesus.
He's got
He got right in the face of the ref, didn't he?
Casemiro's just
Casemiro's
great spirits. Great
Yeah.
spirits.
He knows what he's doing maybe 10 seconds before he even does it. You know, he's like,
Yeah.
as soon as he feels it, he goes around going.
That is 10 years at Real Madrid. How long was he there? 10
Yeah,
years?
that
No,
is-
maybe a little bit less.
Yeah.
But that is
That is
5 Champions League experience.
Yeah.
That is.
That
I've
is like
managed
being-
every sort of situation there is to manage on
Yeah.
a football pitch, and this is how you buy fouls.
That's being 1-0 up against Liverpool in a Champions League final and going, man, I know what to do. I know what to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you forget that. Yeah. Yeah. Still a job to do here, boys. Couple of minutes, man. Fix up. Be nice if we could keep the ball for that 2 minutes, but that will probably Oh, is he gonna keep that in?
Yeah.
Hey, don't do a Rodgers. Don't do a Rodgers.
Yeah.
Let me engage.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That did kind of worry me.
Innit? Fucking hell. Damsgaard. How did he get that out there?
Yeah, Damsgaard. scares
Damsgaard's
me.
good, man.
I'm telling you, he scares me. He is a top player. That Damsgaard, I think he's ready for a step up, you know.
You reckon?
He is. He's proper. He's proper.
Come on, Cass. Get everyone going, Cass.
At 25.
Look at Cass.
Yeah.
Casemiro, man of the match, mate. Yeah, he did say one
Well,
of the two centre. But look at that. Look at that. Most touches, most tackles. Duels. He's won 15 duels, won 11 tackles. One more year, Cass. One more year.
I've
Come
put
on.
a poll in. I'm putting a poll in the chat of man of the match, so you can get your choices in. Don't win anything or whatever. It's just a thing.
Yep.
So you can type 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1 for Casemiro, 2 for Bruno, 3 for Maguire, 4 for Cobby for man of the match.
Casemiro special there. He just fucking done a slide tackle, fell off the pitch. You missed it when you typing it. He done the proper Casemiro. If he would have done that a year ago, we would have been like, that's why he's got to learn Arabic. But anyway.
Right, here we go. 5 seconds.
Let's clear this.
That's a push, Ralph. There's another push. It was another push. Is him again? Is it him again?
Yes.
Yeah, it's blatant. Blatant. You could
You
see
bastard.
it. You could see it. You could see
You're
it.
too eager. Blow the whistle, ref. Was it Casemiro?
He's done him again. Yeah, he's done him again.
Yeah, hold that.
Yeah, he's done him again.
I thought it was. He's put the brakes on. He's put the brakes on. Casemiro.
He's done him again.
Casemiro, mate. Brilliant. Brilliant, Casemiro. I've won 5 Champions League, mate. I know my way around.
Yeah.
Ref, blow the whistle after this, mate. We get our 3 points, mate. Yes!
There we go. That's what we wanted. Another win. Back-to-back Premier League wins.
Carrick he's addicted to winning, mate. Who would have thought? He wins way more than he loses. And listen, Casemiro, mate. Casemiro. This guy, he just knows how to navigate. He just knows what to do. I just never thought we'd be talking about him like this. Like,
No.
he's just the turnaround is just so good. In the end, it means that Seshko's got a winning goal. He's into double figures. Another assist for Bruno. He's on 19. He's 1 away from equaling, you know what I'm saying, record breakers. And 2 away from getting the record. Happy days. What did you say, Owen? 11 points clear of 6th, did you say, before the game? Was it that?
Yes, 11 points clear of 6th now. I mean, we've been saying 1 foot in the Champions League all the time anyway, but firmly 1 foot in the Champions League. And that is why tonight the result was the most critical thing. It's getting those points on the board. And look, you're going to... The same discussion and talking points are going to be there that were there before the game about, was it pretty? Wasn't it pretty? Did we go too defensive second half? Did we put maybe too much pressure on ourselves second half? Did we sit too deep too early? I think probably a lot of those answers could all be yes, by the way. You know what I mean? Could all be yes. But that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an imperfect Manchester United, maybe asking for perfection sometimes. The important thing always was the result. What did we say coming into this batch of 3 games? Didn't we said we're playing the teams in and around us here. We're playing Chelsea, Brentford, and Liverpool. So far, 100%, 6 points out of 6. And also, I think really importantly, not only does it give us the 11 points between us and the Champions League spots, but also it does give us that 3 points heading into that game against Liverpool where, look, let's face it, you never know what can happen in a game against Liverpool. You know, if it is a point, if it is a defeat, if it's a win, what have you, but we're still in a really good position. And look at that man, Casemiro, you know, drinking in the applause of the Stretford end, waving to the crowd.
Mate. Kissing the badge.
Maybe he's not waving goodbye just yet, but like you said with Cass, man, you know what's mad about that is that
plus 14 goal difference, mate.
I mean, he's played well. And how can we look at that and be like, God,
third best goal difference? We was on minus all year last year. Fuck. Like,
third in the league, third best goal difference, back-to-back wins again, beating a team in Brentford that they've dropped down to ninth. Well, they're in ninth now, but they're pushing for European football. They're a good side. And as we say, we can't always say there's no easy games in the Prem and then get annoyed when we don't dominate 100% of the game. You know what I mean? We've made that finish way too difficult for ourselves than it probably needed to be. But I like to look at
capitalize because Villa lost as well. We capitalized as well.
Yeah.
Just win your games. Yeah. They went to Fulham and they lost. Do you know what I mean? And they had loads of chances. They should have scored and they didn't. You know what I mean? And they lost that game. So, you know, we were level on points with them. We want to step away from them. We want to get a little bit of distance so that if there is a little mess up, we can still, you know, lock on to third. That's what we want to do. So I think, listen, it's a big win. It's a big win that, you know, you turn your attentions now, you forget about this. It's a big game against Liverpool. That's it. On the day, Champions League is looking like where we need it to be. We're in a comfortable position. Go and give it everything now with, Dorgu another week's training. Cunha hopefully back in by then. And get ready for a fucking massive game against Liverpool, bro. Like, they have to be that. I'm turning my attention to that now. AGT, yes, now we've done our jobs. Put that to bed. It's all about the season you're in. The next game is fucking Liverpool, bro. That's it. Let's do it. Let's have it.
And imagine that we spoke about this off air on the phone a couple of days ago. But like, imagine, you know, you beat Liverpool at Old Trafford at the weekend, and I think if we get that, will Champions League be secured by that point? Basically, I think it is mathematically. I think we can get Champions League if we beat Liverpool, unless I'm mistaken. There, someone can correct me.
Because that'll be the 3 point. That'll be the 6 points.
Yeah, exactly. We got there's 4 games left and we're 11 points ahead, right? So it's just literally it's a win, or even a point. You know, should probably do it. But the point being is, if you beat, imagine you secure Champions League football by beating Liverpool at Old Trafford, place be bouncing. You know, there'll be a lot of push behind Carrick at that point. You know, if you can beat Liverpool, get the double over them in the season. So, yeah, it's there for us. I mean, what better way to get Champions League football than beating Liverpool at home? You know, that could be absolutely brilliant, absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, again, it's not like there must be stress like every week. It's not the perfect performance, obviously, under Michael Carrick. I mentioned before the game, I never thought it was going to be. I'm not going into these games expecting a radical different performance because it just doesn't really work like that in football, game to game. But once again, you're looking at made the call at halftime to switch up, go to a back 5. It's a risk. If you lose the game or you draw the game, people come for you. If you win the game, you move on. That's the danger of being the Man United, or any head coach, isn't it? So it's another win. It's something to build upon. The critics will continue to be critical. Nothing. No, I would assume, unless I'm mistaken, but I would assume if you're uncertain about Carrick or whoever, you're not going to watch that game and go, "Well, I'm sold." You know what I mean? I'm sold on that. You're not gonna. That's not going to happen. But I don't. Like I said, I look at that table and I go, I'm happy with that. I'll take that. A lot needs to improve still. Again, the quicker we can get this wrapped up, quicker we can have those conversations about recruitment, which we really need to have those conversations as well. We need to make sure we get those questions and those answers right, because if Casemiro does go, which looks like they've got to replace that, Cobby played really, really well tonight. It's looking, even better, but you need support.
I think we need to talk about him. He was excellent today because, again, people, I know we joke about it, say, what does he do? What does he do? That's what he can give you. Like, we've said it for so many times, like the technical, level of our team is really low. Do you know what I mean? We got, it's a really low floor for ceiling, should I say, of our technical level. It's only really Cobby in midfield that can take. Casemiro can't take the ball like Cobby and do what he does. He can intercept, he can read things before they become a problem because he's got know-how and ring awareness. But in terms of what Cobby did in that game where he set up that chance for Ahmad and how he can take the ball off the back four and on the half turn, we don't have any players like that. We don't have any. You know what I mean? Ugarte can't do it. Casemiro can't do it, which is why we need that level of play. And physically, we're not up to it. We're missing. And this is what we're saying. I was saying this on the morning show. Like, when I go back to the 70%, like, forget Carrick for a second. Like, the 70% squad building versus 30% make him the manager. Like, there's so many ingredients missing in this squad. Like, so many, especially in midfield, which is why we're going after so many. We need to rebuild the whole department. The quality at fullback, isn't there. The quality of wingers, isn't there. We need a lot of stuff, guys. We need a lot of stuff, And
you bring up a really good point there, actually, because obviously, look, he makes a switch at halftime with Ahmad and goes to the back five. It probably says a lot that he felt that he had to do that with the players that he has, because I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but in an ideal world, you'd think Michael Carrick doesn't want to have to change shape at halftime and have to be like, playing, Brentford home, we're going to have to get behind the ball because it's too open. But maybe that just says a lot about where our squad is, gaps in midfield. Well, who'd you bring on? We don't really have any midfielders on the bench. We've got defenders out in De Ligt and Martinez. Like you said, our fullbacks, Shaw, he's got injured, he's off. Dallow's Dallow. So actually, then you sort of do go into that territory of, that's why I do praise Carrick, because I do feel like with what he has at his disposal, it is kind of like third in the Prem. You've only lost a couple of games. You are getting the best out of what you've got. You cannot argue, as much as people can argue about obviously the style of play, this, that, and the other. In terms of getting every last drop out of what you got in terms of points, you can't argue against that. He has got every last drop out of points, this team. The next step for him, if he were to stay, or whoever it may be, is that whoever is going to be is going to need more players, isn't they? They're going to need, if it's Andoni Iraola and he's got the same problem that they're getting run through in midfield, he's got to turn to the bench and pick and bring someone on, hasn't he? So like you said, whoever it may be, if it's Carrick, if it's whoever, that coaching, that squad building aspect is massive. Absolutely massive. You've got to replace Cass. You've got to support Cobby. You've got to, even the attacking players were saying about Ahmad will struggle today and Mbumo, a bit off it. We need another striker. We never know a striker because Sheshko.
See how much things we need. We need loads of things, bro.
I feel like it might have been a case of changing.
It's a bigger issue than manager.
Well. Yeah, changing the shape as well, obviously, because the game was way too open. But also, it's a case of, I'm looking at the bench. You can't even, for how we were playing the first half, you couldn't do like for like, could you, with what we got on the bench? You couldn't go, right, I'll just swap out. What would you do?
It was Mason Mount, innit? You could have just put Mason Mount on the left and say you can cut in like Cunha. You want to be central, but you can just be a bit of a winger like Cunha is. He's more like that. Obviously, he can't carry the ball as well as Cunha, but that would be like for like. Other than that, Dorgu's not ready yet. He's probably on there just for vibes, just to say you're in a match day squad. Just warm up along the sidelines. Hopefully get some minutes against Liverpool. And there was no other, like you said, there was no other way to do it. So it'd be interesting to hear what Carrick does say, whether Ahmad felt something, and we thought that would be a good opportunity to change things up, or no, we looked at it, and although we was I think I'd rather hear him say we were 2-0 up and thought we needed to change it up a little bit, because look, I know in the second half it's Carrick understands what Man United's about. He's not going to set us up like that every single game. And what have we said about the 3-4-3? Carrick has gone to it to see games out. Early on in his reign, he would do it for the last 10 minutes. Yeah. This one, it was almost like, let's see it out from halftime. Not quite the same plan. But I will say, I don't think you could begrudge him for trying to change the course of that game. Because if he sits back and does nothing, like you said, it's a fairly even game. 12 shots to 11, our 11. We had 6 on target. They had 4. They had a higher XG, to be fair to them, in the end. Possession's pretty close. It's an even game. It's a pretty even game. But from 2-0 up, it was a risk to keep it as it was. Do you know what I'm saying? To find a solution with the players on the pitch is a risk.
And that's why I could talk about changing the goalposts as well, because in that first half, we both said it. You get to halftime, you go, right, you need to change something because that's not sustainable.
Can't play that.
So you then turn to the bench and you go, all right, so I know I need to change something. What can I actually change? Like what's the change I can really make here? And he's done the change to go to a back 5. And granted, look, it makes the second half quite dull, quite boring, and we sort of grind it out towards the end. But like I said, I think if anything, that does speak more volumes about the squad as opposed to the coach, And I must stress, it was widely acknowledged. If he'd have done nothing at halftime, which he has been doing, right, and we conceded, then it would have been, look at that, made the subs late again, can't believe that. So you make the change, and it's but you didn't make the proper change. So I'm still a bit like, well. I do genuinely look back to, and again, it's not saying that performance is great. It's not saying that I'm sitting here as a United fan going, there was nothing wrong with that performance. No. It was totally fantastic. No. It's prioritizing the fact that we won the game, which is the critical, most important thing. But also, I really do think that with what he's got at his disposal right now, I don't know how you can argue that Carrick isn't getting the most out of what he's got. Whether it's, and attractiveness aside, regardless of whether it's pretty or not pretty, third in the league. You're the best of the rest, effectively, with a squad of criminals that we say they're criminals. So it's kind of like, well, again, really. And by the way, this is the most ridiculous question. So you only care about wins? Yeah,
and
I
care about points on the board.
I must have missed the point when you grew up and you're learning about the rules of football. I must have missed the point where they go, right, okay, you conceded the most goals in that game, but you're really a winner because you played. You go, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
The team who scored the most goals, they won, right?
Yeah. The team who walked away with the points.
The objective in football is to get the ball into the net more often than your opposition to win the game, right? So if you ever ask the question, so you only care about wins, but and that, again, this is so weird. More than performances, well, of course. And it's not like you don't care about none, obviously, but then what's the point of playing football then if you're not playing to win?
Yeah, you are. I think people are confusing two different things as well, because I think from where we're coming from, when you want to start worrying about performances, I think you've got to get to a certain point in your progression first. Do you know what I mean? I think you have to respect where you've been at, even if it's been bad. So, for instance, like I said, under Ruben Amorim and where we were, it was the pits of hell. Like the pits of hell, bro. Like our worst, let's just remind ourselves, our worst ever Premier League, finish, losing every single week. And I don't think you go from that to someone is an interim guy. Michael Carrick's not the permanent manager. This is not a year into Michael Carrick. This is him as an interim coach. You don't go from where you were to all of a sudden you're winning games now. And then you go, nah. Hold on a minute. We have to get better performances. We've got to get better performances. Not when you're winning games. Not with this level of where we've been from where to where we are now. Because now the next stage is We need to get the permanent manager announced, okay, if it's going to be Carrick. Then the next stage is to buy better players and build the squad. And we need to show this level of consistency next year. Forget performances. We have to show this level of consistency. But what people are getting worried about is the fact that we won't be able to win games next year because it looks a bit difficult. We won't be able to win. We won't be able to do that. And that's just not true. You're confusing what the most important thing is right now. And that is winning games and getting recruitment right in the summer. When we get to a point where we've become a consistent team, then you can start talking about the style. Then you can start talking about winning nicely and being more in control. And actually, with the players that we have, like you say, how are we going to be in control with the players that we have right now? I just don't get it.
Well, and also as well, like I saw earlier on, it was like, well, you do that against the big team, your little carrots will get found out against the big teams. We played the big teams. We played the two best teams in the league. We won, home and away, you know? And even from the Liverpool thing at the weekend. So if you play like that against Liverpool, you might lose. You might not as well. You know, Brentford played well tonight. We still won the game. So, and when did we suddenly start saying Liverpool were great? You know what I mean? We're third in the league. You know what I mean? We're third in the league.
Do you want that Palace Liverpool game? That could have been 2-2 at one point.
Yeah,
could have been 1-1.
We're at home. We're at home. We're at home. We're third in the league. We're ahead of the champions last season. You know, put out a bit of chest and go. All right, you know, even though these criminals are bad tonight, we still got 2 goals. We could have tonight. Genuinely, we could have got like 4 or 5 goals. Genuinely, we missed some stinkers. We had one off the line. Ahmad, the one that got clipped. We had the one where Kelleher scoops it off the one. Ahmad should have stayed on side as well. You know, so I go back to like, but then again, it doesn't matter because let's say we win at the weekend, right? We qualify for the Champions League. It still won't be enough. It will still be no. It's not the right one. Until like again, and that's why again I just go back to it's not to say that Carrick's the right guy. And Donny Iriola might be the right guy, or I don't know someone else might be the right guy, or whoever may be. But you know, if they let's say tonight, if they'd have played this game, but they played expansive football, but ends up being 2-2 or 1-1, are we really saying that we would have taken that at this stage of the season? 4 games left, really?
No chance.
Would we have really taken that?
No chance.
Let's be at this stage of the season as well. 4 games left. Performances do go out the window at this point. I mean, if you
just got to get over the line.
If you can get them great, but it is
we're playing for something. You know, like people, do you know what I mean? We are playing for something. We have to win.
And to be fair, like Manny says here, Carrick's won 9 games, drawn 2, and lost 2 in 13 games. That's title challenging form. The thing of like, oh, we won't be able to keep this up next season. Well, obviously not, because if we do, we'll win the fucking league. And I don't think anyone thinks we're going to win the league next season.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You know
and if we were in this position next year, the same like this, and playing this same football, but being this consistent, so we were in with a shout of a title, maybe a few more points on the board, sort of thing, because Carrick would have been there a bit longer. What would you be angry that we're in the title race then? But I'll tell you about our football shit though. We don't deserve to be in this title race. It doesn't matter. No,
I just know at the start. I just know at the start of the season, Flex, we were talking about like under Ruben, like you might even get Europa and that'll be okay. You know, well maybe he gets Europa.
I did.
We'll see. That, yeah. And that was like style of play, wasn't it? Well, style of play in Europa maybe and see how it goes in the cups. We're third in the Prem. We're talking about we've got 4 games left. We've nearly already secured Champions League football, right? And also Champions League football with enough time to really hammer down on who our coach is going to be. Hammer down on actually, you know what? Make the next step. So you don't have to go to a back 5 against Brentford because you've got players in the squad that you go, actually, it's not working. I can bring on, look at City. Look at that. I'll bring on Reinders. I'll bring on at the weekend. I'll bring on O'Reilly. I'll bring on Marmoush. I'll bring on Kovacic. Like Flex, I didn't even know that City still had him under contract. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference. We turn to our bench this evening and goes, we need a bit more control over the game. Who have we got? There's Mason Mount we can bring on, and maybe Ugarte. You might bring on Mazraoui. He can go at fullback. It's not control, is it?
Maybe we'll get Malacia back on again, see it out. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Every win that we're getting at the moment with some of the players that we do have, you know what I mean, and the squad that we do have, I go, tell you what, I'll take that. And you have to take Mateus Cunha out today. He's been one of our better attackers.
Yeah, he's injured, you know.
And then Ahmad and Bruno continue to do what they have been doing, which is not really putting up cheese. Is that Carrick's fault?
Our centre-backs are Harry Maguire and Aidan Heaven in 2026. Harry Maguire, who's...
To be fair, tonight done good as well. Done well.
We still got Dallow at right back. You know what I mean? We were praising Damsgaard during the game because he's arguably the best technical player on the pitch during the 90 minutes.
After Cobby, yeah.
Yeah, which is crazy,
Bruno's
you know.
as well, but yeah, exactly.
So it just goes to show, like, there is. That's why I think you're spot on with the summer. For me, I totally agree with that report that came out over the last international break of, you know, coach is one thing. Doesn't matter though who's in charge if they don't get the right players in next season. And by right players, I just mean like enough of them. We need just numerical bodies in there at some point, because you go into the Champions League next season. We're looking at the moment. We're like 3 or 4 injuries down now, and we're like we've got nobody left.
Exactly.
You know?
That's one game a week. You know, I remember when Casemiro scored that goal, I was like, he scored 9 goals. I bet 7 of them at least with his head. It's 8. Most headed Premier League goals in the Man United season. Dwight York, he's tied with Dwight York and 8 in the 99-2000 season. Dwight York scored 8 headed goals, and Casemiro second with 8 this season, 25-26 season. Cavani, 2021 season. So yeah, he's scoring a lot of headed goals. It's unbelievable what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it really is.
And
so,
to be honest, there is just the worry, isn't there, with him, of just like, you don't replace that. You know what I mean? In terms of the goals, you know, we've always said like those goals are going to have to come from somewhere else, but there's a lot of them now. You know what I mean? There's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot and important ones. You know, it's not just the amount; it's the timing of some of these goals, isn't it? But when he scores today, we should be a couple goals to the good. But it's Cass that can get it over the line. You know, it's Cass that can see the game out, and we're going to miss that next season, aren't we? We're going to miss that.
Yeah.
Like you said at the end, that just know-how of this is how you win a match and see it out. You know what I mean? Do a bit of dark arts.
A quote from Harry Maguire, which he's just been on there, says, I thought I was good at heading and attacking the ball in both box, in the ball in the box, until I met Casemiro. Harry Maguire says Casemiro has the best heading technique he's seen. So high praise. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He is actually, he actually gets his net. It's true. He's on the slant. He's on the slant and he gets power behind it. It's actually a really good header. So there you go, guys. We won the game. You wouldn't think it by some people.
Did we?
But we won the game.
Did we?
Yeah, exactly. More reaction from myself shortly, and player ratings as well. So make sure you guys check that out also. And yeah, it's going to be another topic in the morning show about people not being able to, well, the fallout from last night. Well, we need to revisit that, because I tell you what, there'll be a lot. There'll be a lot. Let's get the super chats done.
Yeah,
where we got to.
Supers. All right, I've read that one. Okay. Item Panda at the time said, take Bruno and bring off Bruno and Dorgu. We need runners. IB says, learn from Uncle Cass, lads. 1 more year. GGMU. Sheena's been a member for 30 months. Says, proper experience, time waste from Casemiro there at the end. Fully got in their heads. Love him. He will sorely be missed next season. Super Arch says, 1 more Lummans for the W. Psychic Larry says, as Flex said before, just improve the players and also raise the floor. And if the likes like Ahmad and Dallow are the ones coming off the bench, will be good. Exactly. I think that's exactly where we need to be next season. I think it's much more of a personnel issue as opposed to a coaching issue. Owen and Flex, the frustrating part is when we can play really well, actually quite magical at times, but we just switch off mid-game. Glad we're winning, but without the heart attacks would be nice. Absolutely. Because it must be said, there were points. I remember that first 20 minutes, people going, oh, we played really well. And exactly. We started the game, we were all right. We won the game, and people are always searching for a way to ruin it. For God's sake, enjoy it. Well, like I said, I think statistically, for Carrick, it won't work out. Like eventually, statistically, the chances are that he will likely fail, in the sense of every manager that's come to United has failed. Yeah, so I could sit here today and be like, look, Carrick isn't the guy. Long term, he's going to get the sack, and I'm going to be right, aren't I? I'm more often than not, I'm going to be right if I sit here and go, Carrick isn't going to work out, because I could have said that about any manager, and I'd have been proven right. But it's also not necessarily about just being right all the time. It's also being about, like, there might actually be something to build on for a little bit. The wins, the place in the league,
bit of momentum.
Could be worse.
Yeah,
could be worse.
Better players.
Could be worse.
Better players.
I'm not saying it can't get better or it shouldn't be better, but could get worse.
Yeah. They're just dissecting Bruno's assist, and it's just so good because he has so many options that he could do at different times. And he's waiting to draw players in. Like, he just before that, and Mbeumo was on, didn't want that one. waits to draw the player out to give Sesko, you know,
Great
the
finish,
best
isn't it?
chance of doing it. It's brilliant. And Ahmad, you forget Ahmad wins this here. That's a massive tackle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And also as well, you really felt like when Bruno's traveling that he's thinking,
look,
the
pass there is to Mbeumo.
He's
yeah,
thinking,
definitely.
I've got to get assist.
I've seen Yannick Bolasie, who's obviously was his teammate at Sporting, saying like his tweets are really funny, saying I've seen Bruno in that position 100 million times and he could definitely score from there. But
that's what I was thinking when he was traveling. Because you could tell he's thinking I could because he did it in the second half, didn't he? As well, you know, second half where he's like he could definitely take a shot here.
Yeah,
but he's actually like, no, I'm gonna go.
Bruno's hardly shooting in open play anymore. You know, he had one shot against Chelsea. I can't remember when last time he shot. When's the last time Bruno had a shot on target?
A player's actively trying maybe to not score goals.
Oh, he's actually giving. I know, it's crazy. He's actually giving him the fake there with the defender. It's brilliant what he's done. It's brilliant. Yeah. Anyway, Bruno, just too good. So good. Yeah. All right, guys, big up to yourself. Another 3 points in the bag. My reaction coming up very, very shortly, as well as the player ratings too. So, yes, we'll see you guys in the morning. And, yeah, big up. 3 points, man of the match, Casemiro. You know what I'm saying? Cobby just after that. Bruno just after that. Happy night. Third in the league, mate. Peace. Yeah.